even before, they're looking at, listen, what are our appeal points that we are going to make so that we can appeal it? We can appeal it all the way to Supreme Court if we want to. If there's something legally, procedurally that we think has gone wrong, he is definitely going to appeal. In fact, we heard Mark Agnifilo along the way. I mean, every time that they declare a mistrial, every time that they say, hey, you know what, during voir dire, why did you take all these African Americans off of the jury in this peremptory process? Every time there's a question from the defense, they are putting that on a list, and they will make that list part of their basis and foundation in order to appeal and get this overturned. Absolutely.
Here's another poll result. Almost 4,000 people voting on this. What's your main reason for following the trial? Social justice comes in at 32%, just curious, 26%, legal interest at 23%, and then celebrity culture's in at 17%, which surprises me. And both of you can react to this, that's how this played out. You know, celebrity culture, according to this poll, is not the reason that people are following what's going on with Sean Diddy Combs. What do those results tell you, William, about the interest surrounding this trial?
Look, I think that a trial of this magnitude, I mean, it's been going on for 6-7 weeks. Obviously, a lot of people are interested for a lot of different reasons. And quite candidly, regardless of why people are interested in this trial, I think it's fantastic that they are. I think the criminal justice system in this country needs to have a bright light shown on it at all times. And it doesn't matter if it's the Sean Puffy Combs case or a drunk driving case in your local court. The more people know about the criminal justice system, the more people understand the criminal justice system, the more people are aware of it and participate in it, either as spectators or jurors or so on and so forth. I think it's really good. I think it's one of those situations that we all should want to know how our court system works. And if a trial like this, which has some salaciousness to it, has celebrities in it, if that's what gets people to pay attention to the criminal justice system, I think it's fantastic.
I like the 26%, just curious, just swinging through, checking it out. No, I mean, all great answers. Candace, for you, as you followed this, and you followed a lot of high profile trials, and I also think of, since we're talking about RICO today, that is a charge that's been in the spotlight in recent years in several different trials, some political, some related to celebrity. What do you make of the attention surrounding this, beyond the fact that Sean Combs is obviously such a major name?
Yeah, well, I'm a professor. So when I teach students and I'm just teaching, something about the FCC or the Supreme Court, the interest is always piqued if I bring in a celebrity case. People love celebrity. They like to see celebrity and be a part of the culture and see what's moving the culture. When we think about Sean Combs, he is a major culture mover still. So that resonates with a lot of people, and it's been across the decades. So I think the fact that there's so many people that he has touched with his music, whether they like it or not, they know about him. So that interest is absolutely naturally built in. When we're talking about the RICO charge, just like was spoken, it's good that people are learning about the justice system, how procedures work. You go into this courthouse that anybody is allowed to go into right now today, you're going to see some amazing attorneys do their work. You are going to see an amazing judge do their work. So it's good to learn about the process, not just because of celebrity, because you might find yourself in a RICO charge. RICO is used more than people probably would imagine. On the state level, there are RICO laws. On the federal level, there are RICO laws. And if you Google it, you're going to find more than just R. Kelly and the Nixon case with the sexual cult. You're going to find operations like Adidas and people who were part of the college, what was that college one where they were trying to get their
the Varsity Blues scandal.
That's right. I mean, these are all RICO cases that people know and understand, but we forget. So it's good. And it's the other thing I think that's good about it is that it sets a precedent. So if it could happen to Sean Combs and other people, it could potentially happen to you, because it's a very interesting and strange charge.
Super chat question coming in from Britt. William, could Diddy face state charges on his crimes?
It's possible, but I think it's unlikely. Any of these states could decide to charge him. I mean, we see that sometimes. Usually we see the reverse, right? For example, if we have, we've had situations where police officers have killed individuals, and they've been charged on the state level and been found not guilty, and then they've subsequently been federally indicted for civil rights violations. I don't think the reverse happens as much. It could, but I don't think it would in this particular case. I think it'd be very difficult for a state, be it New York or California or Florida, to put together the resources that the federal government has in this particular case. So I think this is the bite at the apple.
And then Candace, question specifically for you from Shady Lady. If they find him guilty on 2, does that mean like 10 years? Who decides how much jail time? Does the time differ between 1 through 5 on the charges?
Yeah, so when we talk about transportation across state lines for purposes of engaging in prostitution, that is up to 10 years. When we go to sex trafficking, that's at least 15 years. And we go to RICO, that's 20 to life. So it depends upon what they decided, and then they do the math, and then they look at the charts. So we do not know yet. And so we just have to wait and see. But that's what we're looking at. Let's say he gets prostitution though, and that's it. That's up to 10 years. You typically serve about 80% of your sentence when it's on a federal level. And he's also been in jail for about 10 months. So he gets time served. You have to do the math a little bit and add all of that up. But again, what are the guilty verdicts? And then you can really start seeing the numbers. But those are the baselines that we're dealing with.
And if you're just joining us here on the Law and Crime live stream, we are still waiting for an update from this jury. They're deliberating right now at roughly 13 hours and 30 minutes. We're past that at this point. Another update from the courtroom. Sean Combs' mom, sister, and sons are in court. And then Combs stood up. He asked marshals if he's allowed to speak to his family. They're seated in the gallery. And then he was brought back into a holding cell. So that's where we stand right now as we're waiting. William, a question here from Kelly Bezick. Good to see Kelly again. She's been on with us bright and early throughout this week. If they remain hung on RICO, does it mean they won't go to forfeiture and he will keep his shrinking empire? This question coming all the way from Australia.
So I think that, to the best of my understanding, the only avenue for the civil forfeiture would be through the RICO statute. I think they wouldn't be able to try to seize anything based upon the other charges. But again, Chris, as you and I have talked about in other venues, there's a lot of civil suits out there. So whether or not he's able to hold on to it as a result of the criminal prosecution is one thing. But, man, oh man, we got 30 some odd civil suits, people looking to chip away at that fortune that he's holding on to.
Right. You just think of the cost of the attorneys for those civil cases. In fact, there's one that just came in overnight. I'm just looking at the headline from Variety. Sean Diddy Combs hit with new $10 million lawsuit. This is from a music video dancer who says that he was drugged and raped and given an STD by Sean Diddy Combs. Again, that is a civil suit that's dropping. And that's just another example of some of the legal challenges that Sean Combs could face, even if he is able to walk out of that courthouse with a verdict from this jury. Candace, there's a lot of talk about an Allen charge and whether or not the jury should get that. What does that mean? How effective is an Allen charge if this jury still can't reach some sort of resolution?
So listen, key, unpersuadable opinions. That's what the note was from the jury. The Allen charge is said to, by the judge, to say, hey, listen, go back and try again. Or go back and try again, as many times as he sees fit, until he determines for himself, you know what, these people are unpersuadable. So let's move ahead and let's go to this portion of the verdict where RICO has not been proven. It can happen many, many times. It depends on the judge, for the judge to say, go ahead and try again. Go ahead and try again. Believe in the core values and belief that you have, but try your best in the best interest of justice, in the best interest of the time and the witnesses and everything that we've come here in the court to do, to go ahead and see if you can consider something else or open up your mind in a different way. That will probably happen. We'll probably see that today if they keep coming back with these unpersuadable opinions.
And then, William, a question coming in from JAM. Could and should Cowboys for Angels, which is the website that Diddy and Cassie use to hire escorts, Cowboys for Angels, should their executives be charged with RICO?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to say probably not. I think that there's probably a layer of protection there. I'm guessing that through the website, the executives of it would say, we provide entertainers and we don't necessarily condone sex trafficking or things along those lines. I'm sure there's some protections built into the website that would insulate those folks as well as they could. But again, the goal of this trial has been to prosecute Sean Combs and not to prosecute many other people. Kay Corum wasn't charged. Other folks that could have been charged weren't. Some were given immunity in order to provide testimony against Combs. So I think we know what the focus is. I think we've always known what the focus is here.
And then have another poll result coming in. If you could ask one question to the legal team, what would it be about? Evidence coming in at 40%, legal process 24%, motive at 18%, and industry pressure at 15%. Appreciate the nearly 3,000 people who voted on that. I'm trying to find the question. Someone had asked, and I will get their username because you deserve credit for it, the question of who could come next. And that kind of is related to the question I just asked William Candace. I'm thinking of Christina Corum here. Her name has come up so much. After this trial is done, who could be next, if anyone, charged by the government in connection to what they believe was an illegal enterprise?
I think it really depends upon the deals that were made, and we don't know what they were. With Christina Corum, I think that we all thought that we were going to hear from her. Did she get immunity? I don't know. Did she get immunity? And then they realized, you know what? She's not going to work for either one of us. And we don't need her. She's going to complicate things, and we don't want to open up that door. They have said that she is a co-conspirator. They have said that she is an unindicted co-conspirator. But will that indictment come? The door is always open. But I think by many accounts, if I think about the closing argument and Mark Agnifilo, he said, listen, everybody needs a Christina Corum. Everybody needs a KK. And Sean Combs shook his head. Yep, sure do. So I'm not sure about their relationship. If she is on his side or on the prosecution side, I think there's just a little bit of competing information about who is she going to serve. But certainly an indictment could come down the pike.
Our Elizabeth Milner is standing by, our in-court reporter. I'm going to bring her in just a moment after I give you this court update. This is per CNN. In the courtroom, Sean Diddy Combs turned to face his relatives and told them he was heading downstairs to wait. Quote, "Stay strong," he said, and bowed his head to pray. His children bowed their heads. In giving prayer, Combs said, quote, "God, please watch over my family." He asked that the jurors, his family, be blessed. The family responded with amen, and then they clapped. So a little idea of what's going on in the courtroom. Sean Combs now being brought into a different room to wait out these jury deliberations. With that, let's bring in Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crime's in-court reporter who has covered this trial every single day and has been in the courtroom. Elizabeth, I know we're waiting at this point, and yesterday was quite busy, especially at the end, but what stands out to you thus far about just what you're seeing in the courtroom?
Yeah, well, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Chris. You are not Jesse Weber, I promise. I know you are Chris.
You know what?
Stewart.
If you got to mistake me for somebody, that's who I want.
I'm so sorry. I'm used to saying Jesse's name, but hey, Chris. Hey, everyone.
I get it.
So yeah, as far as what was going right, as far as what was going on inside the courtroom, I will say this: that I was kind of wondering what the atmosphere would feel like, especially knowing that the jury kind of made their decision already in terms of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so I was like, okay, is Sean Combs going to come inside the courtroom? Is he going to have that same kind of tone that he had yesterday? But it kind of was a little bit different, Chris, in that he came in, he was all smiles, especially when he initially saw his mother. He spoke to her initially just kind of walking into the courtroom. He did what he normally did, was kind of do the little hearts, talk to his mom a little bit. He was coming in with smiles, notably. And then after he gave the heart sign, he sits down, he reads kind of this note or this letter for a little bit. And then it seems like he was either writing something down, jotting something down. I'm not sure because his arms were kind of covering his body position. So I couldn't see if he was like writing a letter back or kind of what was going on there. But then for a moment, I saw kind of the defense kind of all huddled over into a circle area, just kind of talking things over. But the prosecution wasn't inside the courtroom. So I was thinking, okay, maybe a note hasn't been received. The jury is still continuing their deliberations after they started around maybe like 9:05 this morning. And then I saw the defendant kind of chatting with Xavier Donaldson for a little bit. Then Combs was kind of sitting alone for a little bit at the defense table, and then again writing something down. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to go just run downstairs really quick. Then I saw him get up. I was thinking, okay, maybe he's going back to his holding cell. And to your point, Chris, just that note that was read, it seemed like he told his family that. But then all of a sudden we see all of his family inside the gallery kind of bow their heads down. Sean Combs kind of recites like a little prayer with them. And then you hear amen. And then you hear kind of the courtroom erupt with claps. And it was claps from his family. I think there were claps even from the public side inside that gallery. And so then Combs, I think, went back to his holding cell. Everybody kind of dispersed from there, probably to go to the cafeteria or just kind of be on standby until we get another note from the jury. But those were the things that really kind of stood out to me this morning. And it was a pretty packed courtroom, even though there's been no note from the jury thus far this morning. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Keisha Combs, Diddy's sister, Justin Combs, I believe his girlfriend was there too, Quincy Brown, Christian and his girlfriend, who I think her name is Raven, and she's like an influencer, and she's known by Body by Raven. The twins were there, Delilah and Jesse. Chance was there, Chance's mom. Sarah Chapman was there. Fahim Muhammad was there. Deanna Tran was there. She's the mother of baby Love. And then Doug Wigder, Cassie Ventura Fine's attorney, was inside the courtroom. So it was pretty packed, as a lot of us are kind of anticipating what the next notes will be from the jury, whether it'll be another question, whether it'll be maybe they settled their disputes as to count one, RICO conspiracy. So we'll see what happens this morning, but it's pretty interesting, just the tone from yesterday evening to this morning.
Right. And we just saw a video of what appears to be Sean Combs' family, that they were leaving the courthouse, getting back into the Sprinter van that they've been arriving in each morning. Again, Sean Combs, as you're saying, Elizabeth, prayed with his family, and then he went to another room where he's waiting out these deliberations. So potentially they're going somewhere else just to wait it out so they don't have to be in the courthouse for as long as these deliberations are going to take. Elizabeth, while we have you, we are getting some questions in the chat for you. This is from Analyst TM. Question for Elizabeth. Did you see the jury this morning? How did they seem?
I didn't see the jury this morning. So they're not brought in at the beginning of the day. They really just go back to the jury room. They begin their deliberations. I did see kind of the bailiff or the marshal who's kind of overseeing the jury deliberation process go kind of towards the back area a little bit after 9 o'clock, but it was between like 9 o'clock and 9:05. So we didn't see their faces this morning. I saw a couple of them trickle into the security line, but they looked kind of how they normally look, which it's hard to kind of gauge or read on them sometimes. They look like they're just kind of reporting for duty, seeing what's going to be this morning, maybe this afternoon. But it'll be interesting to see when they come back with another note, if it'll be a verdict or just another question.
And then, Elizabeth, another line coming in here from Ashley Bramley. I am in awe of your recall capabilities. I'm really impressed as well. It's incredible. You're just painting the pictures for us inside this courtroom. How are you able to keep up with the details in real time without any recording devices?
I know. How am I able to keep up? I don't even know sometimes myself, but I'm jotting everything down, literally. And to the point, I have a now color-coded system. I think I've talked to you guys about this, where if I'm writing in black ink, that's just kind of what's going on. If I'm writing in green, I'm just observing the courtroom. If I'm writing in red, it's something that I'm making sure I'm noting of, because I did not bring any highlighters. So everything has to be color-coded for me. So that way, when I relay this information to you guys know what I'm talking about. And hopefully it's simple enough that you guys, I'm not getting too much into the weeds of things. I know I tend to ramble sometimes, but I've got it down to a system where I'm just jotting everything down at this point.
You were definitely the person in school that everybody goes to at the end of the semester before finals and being like, hey, do you have the notes? I didn't really pay attention. More questions coming in for you, Elizabeth. This is from Laha. Given the allegations against him, are the jurors being watched for their safety to make sure there is no tampering?
Well, I do think that's kind of a question that's been lingering through a lot of people's minds. I don't think they have anything necessarily to worry about, especially thus far, especially given that a lot of people on both sides, the defense and the prosecution, have been noting how great this jury is, how diverse this jury is. So from my understanding of things, I don't think there's anything to necessarily worry about. I think if there was something to worry about, just kind of like with the issue with juror number 6, not that that had anything to do, with witness tampering or anything like that. It was just a simple kind of, thing about his residence. But in terms of just if there's any actions that need to be taken with the jurors, everybody's been very diligent and professional enough to kind of take the next steps. But nothing has happened thus far. I know a lot of people are kind of anxious to see what's going to come out of this, but nothing thus far. I don't think they have anything to worry about in terms of their safety. Maybe just a lot of us from the press just wanting to talk to them afterwards. If anything, that's what they have to worry about, probably being inundated with requests to chat.
Right. We got a couple more for you here because I know you have to get back to kind of waiting for these jury deliberations across the street. This is from Alessio, and this was related to what you just saw. Sean Combs praying with his family and even the applause in the courtroom. Was it strange seeing Diddy pray in court?
No, it wasn't, because, we've heard a lot about how he would, for example, send off sermons to Jane, things like that. So we know that he's been kind of taking to religion a little bit. There are times where I have seen him, especially at the beginning of the trial, he came in with a Bible. And so I think he's really kind of touching into that, more religious side of him. It's not the weirdest thing that I've seen, especially since, from my understanding, I think I had stepped out of the courtroom for a moment, that he's
pages. And so I provided it to Your Honor's judicial assistant this morning. And just some highlights that the allegations in that affidavit detail an extreme breach of public trust. The circumstances surrounding his misuse of office as the sheriff of Osceola County are very serious. Again, there's direct evidence in that affidavit of ongoing illegal enterprise. The weight of the evidence includes that the defendant obtained between, at the very least, $600,000 to $700,000 since 2020 from this illegal enterprise in cash payments. There is evidence in the affidavit of a wire transfer to a bank account he controlled through a fictitious business name. There's direct text message evidence from both WhatsApp and cell phone applications of his involvement in this enterprise dating back to 2019. Beginning on page 110 through page 148 of the affidavit, there are numerous text messages from the defendant directly to co-conspirators. The first co-conspirator being Miss Zhang, also goes by Kate. Those direct text messages evidence that he was using his influence as the sheriff even prior to election, indicating he was very respected in his community to facilitate the illegal enterprise. There's screenshots of slot machines and things of that nature in those text messages. Of note, I would direct the court to page 175, where the defendant was actively sourcing new locations for illegal businesses to come in from Lake County to Osceola County. That began in 2021. And then further on, beginning on page 229, there are text messages between the defendant and co-conspirator Krishna D. O'Karen. Your Honor can see some of the affidavit is redacted, but there are photos of active law enforcement officers that have responded to those locations. I'm sorry, there's some audio interference. There are photos evidencing the defendant's direct involvement and also using his influence to potentially obstruct criminal investigation into these businesses in Osceola County. So that would be the first two factors: the nature and circumstances, and then the weight of the evidence. Again, evidenced in that detailed affidavit that was completed both by HSI task officers and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So there was two co-affiants in that case, with the understanding that this is a joint investigation. The defendant does not have any ties to Lake County that we are aware of. He has been suspended from office by the executive order of the governor. And moving on to subsection F, the source of funds, the state has filed a motion this morning, and I've provided it to the judicial assistant in its entirety. But essentially, this is a motion where we would be asking the court to inquire into the source of any funds that the defendant would use to post bail, or that you'd be using for collateral. Essentially, asking the court that prior to posting that the defendant show that these are not funds derived from any illegal enterprise or any illegal proceeds. And I would rely on the written motion, essentially, that the statute allows the court to conduct that inquiry. And so we would ask that any release be stayed until the defendant meets his burden of showing that those funds are from non-criminal sources.
Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Abraham. Your Honor, $600,000 is a very high bond for
The nature of this crime, Mr. Lopez has no criminal history. He has extreme ties to the community in Osceola County, which is still within the state of Florida and not very far from Lake County. He does have a family who was publicly elected for 2 different terms as a sheriff's office. He does have funds from working at the sheriff's office. This is a white collar crime, a non-dangerous crime. There is no indication that Mr. Lopez would be a flight risk in any way, or that he would not attend any of his court hearings. He has employment history. He does have financial resources. He has family and friends that are supportive to him as well. We would ask that this bond be set in the amount of $25,000 in each count. As state indicated, he no longer has his position at this time, so a $600,000 bond for each count would be tantamount to no bond at this point. When speaking with his family, there was indication that $25,000 on each count would be affordable to the family. Although Mr. Lopez has a title, we would ask the court to still look at Mr. Lopez as a regular individual and not just because he has a sheriff's title that he should be treated any differently. This is a racketeering charge. These are first-degree felonies. We'd be asking that his bond be set in a reasonable amount that would be affordable to his family, and that each count would be set in an amount of $25,000. In terms of conditions, there is no indication that Mr. Lopez would be a flight risk in any way. Mr. Lopez would agree to turn in his passport. In terms of having a GPS, if Your Honor would like for him to have a curfew, I believe Mr. Lopez would comply with that. I don't see the need for a GPS. This is not a violent crime. He is not a danger to society. This is a white collar money crime at this point. GPS monitor, defense would argue, is not necessary at this time. He would comply with the conditions of no contact with any co-defendants in the case and surrendering his passports. Again, with the firearm condition, this is a non-violent crime. He's not a danger in any way. He doesn't pose a danger to the community. So we'd just be asking Your Honor to set conditions and a bond in a reasonable amount. Thank you.
Anything else?
Your Honor, briefly, we have HSI Task Force Officer Frank Tugler, as well as FDLE Inspector James Frank was on the line. There, in the course of this investigation, they determined that the defendant has traveled to Puerto Rico and there are ties to Puerto Rico. So that was the reasoning behind asking for, first of all, with the understanding that it's still the United States, we were asking for a monitor.
Anything else?
And then no contact with the co-defendants. I don't believe that I said that.
You didn't, but Ms. Ibrahim mentioned it and I had it in my notes to impose that as a condition. Anything else, Ms. Ibrahim?
Just because he has ties to Puerto Rico or that he's been to Puerto Rico still does not indicate that he would be a flight risk or not attend any of his court hearings that are required of him. So we would be arguing against the GPS monitor as a condition. In terms, and Your Honor, my apologies, in terms of the money income, he has been working at the sheriff's office, so he does have legitimate funds to be able to use to bond himself out.
All right. I am going to set bond in the amount of $500,000 on each of the 2 counts for a total of $1 million. I will require Mr. Lopez be fitted with a GPS monitor prior to his release from custody should he post the bond that I just set within 72 hours of release from custody. You'll be required to surrender your passport to the clerk's office for safekeeping, Mr. Lopez. You will be required to surrender any firearms in your possession to law enforcement. Which agency, Ms. Papakos, do you think would be most appropriate? Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what I assumed, to FDLE, and I will put that in my order that within 72 hours of any release from custody, all firearms in Mr. Lopez's your possession will have to be surrendered to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You may not have any contact whatsoever with any named co-defendant in the case, and I will make sure their names are in the order. Your next court date for right now is June the 30th, so I'm sure your attorney will be in touch with you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Is that the
All right.
bond?
I'm sorry, somebody asked a question, I think. I'm not sure who.
How do I start the bond process?
So your attorney is likely to come talk to you in just a few minutes. She's probably going to come across the street, Mr. Lopez, and do that. If that doesn't happen, they're going to let you reach out to your family and to your friends. Also near the phones over there is a list of bail bonding agencies. You might want to try that as well. But I think your attorney is likely going to leave my office here shortly and come talk to you. So you can chat with her whenever she comes over in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, if I may,
Certainly.
the Mindy hearing is not necessary.
I am going to grant the state's motion as far as the source of funds goes pursuant to Florida statute 903.0462F. So the source of the funds will need to be shown to the state. If that's not satisfactory, you all will need to have a hearing in order for Judge Welke, who this case has been assigned to determine if the source of the funds has been appropriately shown. If the state agrees, you all can file a stipulation to that.
Your Honor, may
Yes,
I
Your Honor.
request that a hearing be set on Monday?
I would not have the jurisdiction in order to do that, and I do not have access to Judge Welke's calendar. You all are more than welcome to reach out to see if he can set a hearing today. I think that would be the best thing under the circumstances. I don't know what his schedule looks like, but I'm sure he'll get you hearing time as soon as he can.
Thank you, Judge.
Certainly.
That is all I have.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, I believe that there is one more co-defendant that was taken into custody, but I don't have information as to whether she's on the docket for this morning's first
I
appearances.
actually have two co-defendants, female on the docket who were taken into custody in this case, Ms. Frederick, and I'm not sure how I say the last name of the other person, Cote, I believe is her name, Carol?
Yes, Ms. Cote, yes.
They are both in custody, and I will see them after I finish. I normally see all of the males, or as many of them as I can, who are grouped together, and then we move the computer so that I can see the female. So it's going to be a few minutes.
Okay,
But
thank you, Your Honor.
I
I'll
anticipate
remain on the meeting.
both of them here in a few minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Honestly,
All right, so we're just kind of bouncing around while we wait for Widow's Words murder trial to start. So this trial is about Karina Cooper. She's accused of orchestrating the execution style murder of her husband. She was found sitting on top of his body when the police arrived. So witnesses say that she wanted him dead. And she may not have acted alone. So they did a 3-year investigation, and now she's facing first-degree murder charges. So it looks like we're just on the clock right now, pretty much waiting for that trial to start. Just keep in mind that Bryan Kohberger is also taking his plea today. His plea is set to air at noon. So we've got about 3 hours until that. When that happens, we'll switch over and watch that, and then of course we'll stay apprised of any Diddy updates that come through. So kind of a busy day today. I've also got TMZ scheduled today, so I'll let you guys know what my topic is whenever I get it. I'm expecting it to come through here pretty soon, and I can think about what type of comments I'm going to give on it, but we shall see. Other than that, good morning, D Wood. Good morning, Beta. We got CB in the building. I saw Shay. I didn't see Shay. But make sure y'all send Shay some hearts and some love as she take care of her patient. I did see Jen and Kim. Well, not I don't think we saw Jen, but I definitely saw Kim in here earlier today. Good morning to Kim. And I don't know. If I didn't mention UCB's in the building, make sure you drop down and say good morning so we can personally wish you a good morning. All right, so Sean is in the courtroom talking with his lead lawyer. Also, the other lawyers are around. Let me put Diddy back in a holding cell. I think that we've already kind of heard that though. Good morning. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting for our little trials to start. But this woman was sitting on top of the body, so I can't wait to hear what the hell her defense is. Okay. Are they gonna come with something like, yeah, she didn't like him. She might have been happy, but she didn't do it. Like, I'm very eager to see like what her defense is gonna be.
We just had a verdict is in animation run. I want to be clear that a note has been sent from the jury. So we're a little more than an hour into deliberations today, roughly 14 and a half hours thus far since the jury started deliberating. Remember yesterday, they reached a verdict, unanimous verdicts on 4 of 5 counts facing Sean Diddy Combs, but they were deadlocked to that point, or at least in a place where they said they were unpersuadable on count 1, the racketeering conspiracy charge facing Sean Diddy Combs. We just got an update. It is a verdict. That is per CNN and Intercity Press, which has been covering this case. We do have
a verdict on
in
the Diddy
trial of Sean Diddy Combs. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, who is the host of Scandal here on Law and Crime. So just about an hour into deliberations today, Sierra, after they went home last night, they were not able to reach an agreement on count 1. Now we have a verdict coming in. What is your reaction as I'm being told that Combs and other lawyers have returned to the courtroom? And so we're going to continue to follow this. Just your reaction thus far, pretty quick this morning.
The verdict is in. It is official. I mean, yesterday we were talking about how 4 of the 5 counts had been decided upon. The verdict was in, but still a question mark for this morning. What could come of that final one, count 1, racketeering conspiracy? And only about an hour into deliberations this morning, the jury returns a verdict. And let me tell you, there was a lot going on. Up and down the road that I'm on right here, it's filled with media. And we're all sitting down waiting, what's going to happen, updating our phones. Is there any sort of, news coming? And all of a sudden I hear next to me, ABC, we've got a verdict. Everyone else, here's a verdict. And by the way, I think we have a court update. So I'm going to go back to Chris. Tell us what we know.
Yes, court update coming in. Again, we have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are still meeting with him in private as we wait for the verdict to be read in court. We know that Combs' mom and his sister are in the courtroom. We saw members of his family, his children were there. They actually prayed with Sean Diddy Combs inside of the courtroom this morning before members of his family left, which was probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. And then Sean Combs went to a separate room where he was going to wait out these deliberations. I want to bring in our panel of experts who are with me this morning, starting at 9 o'clock. Candace Kelly, legal analyst, and then we have William Corman, who's a criminal defense attorney. Both are joining us. So very quick, since I last spoke to you, that verdicts come in. Just Candace, what's your reaction? I mean, we were thinking potentially that this was going to be a hung jury. We're still working on getting those guests. But again, we were talking this morning because of yesterday, the jury used the term unpersuadable when saying that that's where they were at on this racketeering conspiracy charge that Sean Combs was facing, even though they were able to find unanimous verdicts on 4 counts facing Diddy. But here we are, just an hour in, going home, sleeping on it. The 12 members of the jury returning a verdict. We're going to work on getting our guests up. But Sierra, walk us through, as you've covered this every day, of what makes this racketeering charge so complicated and why it seemed the jury, at least early on in these deliberations, they were having an issue coming to a verdict on this charge leading up to about 5 minutes ago.
Well, I'm really not surprised that it was count 1 that was the hung jury or the confusion, right? Because it is the most complicated of all of them, racketeering conspiracy. And this is something we've talked at length about with the predicate crimes, things like arson, bribery, forced labor, kidnapping. And it's got to be confusing. I mean, for me, who doesn't have a law degree, I've been covering this case for quite some time now. Even at times I waver and I'm like, wait, what is this about? Let's, make sure to go back and really think about it. And I think for jurors, that's what it's got to be, right? It's now become their job to figure this out. However, they weren't watching P. Diddy before all of this. They might have seen his name in the news, but they weren't really zoning in on racketeering conspiracy. And I think the biggest issue in all of this is likely that it's a conspiracy, right? Multiple people had to take part in this conspiracy, and yet there was only one person charged, one defendant, P. Diddy. And to me, that could be the question mark in all of this. And I do want to say, before we throw back to our guests really quickly, we were not expecting this verdict. P. Diddy's family walked out of the courtroom. I watched them go. Everyone thought, okay, that's the way it's going to be. And all of a sudden, they're coming right back in. We're getting the rush. And again, it just wasn't expected after 1 hour of deliberation this morning.
Court update again. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He looked at his family. Again, his mom and his sister are there right now. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed a small smile. Let's bring in our experts right now. Candace Kelly, legal analyst. William Corbin, good to see you again. What is your reaction, Candace? I'll start with you. William Corbin, criminal defense attorney, by the way. But Candace, I'll start with you. Your reaction to the jury reaching this verdict?
Well, listen, I'm not surprised. I know that we talked about lunch just a few minutes ago. I'm a little quiet now because I'm in a TV studio. You'll probably see people running behind me, by the way. But I'm not surprised because, listen, we know that there was a point where they were coming to a conclusion in all this, and we thought that it was going to be today. I think what happened is that when they slept on it, maybe a lot of them made their decisions and came to a conclusion when they got to court, because that was very quick. It's 10:13 right now. Not a lot of discussions, probably just a lot of voting on each of the charges and then moving on.
It'll be fascinating to hear just how many people yesterday were on one side compared to the others, to the other on this charge, the 12 jurors. William, what's your reaction that they were able to, in about an hour today, find a verdict?
This is why I never bet on how long it's going to take to reach a verdict.
Right.
Because I think both Candace and I were looking at noon or a little bit after noon,
Yes.
and that was about 6 minutes ago. So we're both way off. I agree with Candace. I think that giving them the night off, giving them the pause, allowed whoever it was that needed to do some internal soul searching, whoever it was that needed to marshal their arguments to convince whatever holdouts there were. They did their job, and so now here we are. Again, as I mentioned a little while ago, sitting around waiting for a verdict is very taxing. Thing worse than sitting around waiting for a verdict is when you know there is a verdict and you're sitting around waiting for the verdict to be read. This is about as high drama and about as tense as it gets. I've been in this position many times. It is an uncomfortable feeling because you're trying to read tea leaves that simply don't exist. They are sitting in that courtroom right now, just staring at the walls, waiting for the jurors to come in, waiting for everyone to reassemble. And it's tense and it's tough and it's taxing.
Let's get to this update. The judge says we received a note at 9:52 a.m. and it reads, "We have reached a verdict on all counts. Anything to address before we bring out the jury?" Both sides say no. The judge says maintain order while the verdict is being read and until we have the jury out. Candace, walk us through. We don't have cameras in the courtroom, but what is going to happen next?
Well, listen, this gives time for the family to reconvene. As we know, the family left. They perhaps thought like us that they had a little more time. It gives everybody a time to kind of shore up, be ready, be there as you would want somebody who's a defendant who may not be walking out of the jail. So with that in mind, everybody gets assembled, and then the foreperson is going to read the verdict once everybody is marshaled in. And as you mentioned, the judge is going to have to do a very good job to say, everybody, please be calm. Make sure that your reactions are in accordance with the rules and guidelines of the courtroom. As we know, though, Chris, that is very difficult to maintain. I am sure that regardless of what the verdict is, there is going to be a reaction, because any combination of an outcome, guilty, not guilty, it's going to be a surprise because we just don't know, and we just are not the jurors in there making the decision.
Yeah, and what a decision that they've made. I'm getting another update here. The judge says, "I will ask our deputy to bring back our jury." Sean Combs has remained seated. His 8 lawyers are standing up. The judge says, "All rise." So here we go. The jury's going to be coming in. So I do apologize if I'm looking off screen as I typically do. I have a monitor here. So I'm kind of watching this like a hawk to make sure that I bring you the update as quickly as possible. And as I wait for the update, William, let's talk about count one, racketeering conspiracy. And just for those who are joining us, this is a complicated charge. What does the jury, as the jury, I'm just told the jurors are now entering, what is the jury going through? How do they reach a guilty or not guilty verdict? What do they consider when looking at count one, racketeering conspiracy?
They have to find that Sean Combs was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the predicate offenses, at least two of the predicate offenses, such as arson, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and so on. Then they also have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that he was part of an enterprise, and the enterprise was created for the purpose of committing criminal acts, that the enterprise itself was created for the purpose of continued criminal conduct. We know from the notes yesterday that this is what the jury was hung up on, and we know that after 52 minutes or so of deliberating today, whatever they were hung up on now has been resolved.
And we have received your note, says the judge. Juror number 5, have you reached a verdict? He is the foreman. Juror number 5 says we have. The judge says, is it unanimous? Juror number 5 says it is. The judge says, please provide the verdict for the deputy. And I'm waiting for another update to come in. But Candace, and I may cut you off here, take us inside what's probably the courtroom right now. And we do have, before that verdict comes in, we do have a poll up if you want to weigh in, everybody watching, on what you think the verdict may be. But take us inside, paint a picture of what it is like to be in that room right now.
Listen, everyone's quiet as a mouse. They are waiting for the details. This is the moment that this 7 weeks has been built upon, not just for the jurors, but for the public, for the reporters, for his family, for Sean Combs. This is the time. So it is quiet. Everybody's being patient. All rules are being followed. No one is acting up. No one is doing anything. Everybody is waiting with bated breath. This is the moment.
Yeah, it's a moment as I'm seeing one of my producers writing here. So I apologize, just waiting here to see if we do have the update on what that count is. They're reading this charge. I think of this morning when Sean Combs, we were talking with Elizabeth Milner, who's in the courtroom right now, that Sean Combs was praying with his family. And here is the verdict. The judge says the deputy will inquire as to the verdict. The deputy says, in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count one, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, transportation for prostitution, juror number 5, guilty. So we have 2 not guilties on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, that is not guilty, and transportation for prostitution, guilty. What is your reaction, William, to what the jury has found in the case against Sean Combs?
So far, I'm very surprised. I thought that the prosecution really did put forward a fantastic case involving Cassie Ventura. I'm surprised that they weren't able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the defense counsel certainly did a great job in sort of showing the back and forth, the digital footprints that we talked about earlier, showing that, perhaps she was a willing participant in all this. Perhaps, she did know what was going on and that she was okay with it. That's my take on it.
The final 2 counts for sex trafficking of the victim who went by the pseudonym Jane. Juror number 5 says not guilty, and transportation for prostitution of Jane, juror number 5 finds guilty. The jury finds it guilty, according to the foreman, juror number 5. Candace, what is your reaction?
So listen, we're not surprised. We knew that lower act, we knew that the transportation, crossing straight lines in order to engage in prostitution, we knew that was practically a given, that the defense was willing actually to give up, as we talked about before, that's up to 10 years. So that could really be across the spectrum. What we know it's not is RICO. We know it's not 20 years to life. And I think that that's something that defense definitely would say is a win. We are not surprised. I think that none of us are.
William, what does this mean for Sean Combs now? These are the 2, the 2 weakest charges in terms of penalties, I guess you would say, in terms of seriousness of charges. Not guilty on racketeering, not guilty on sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty of sex trafficking of Jane. What does this verdict mean, getting those 2 guilty verdicts on the transportation for prostitution charges?
Well, obviously, there's still serious charges. I mean, it's the full weight of the federal government has come down against Mr. Combs and has charged him with these crimes. Obviously, he is relieved to have not been found guilty of the more serious crimes, if you will, but these were serious nonetheless. And there is a possibility that he's going to be sentenced to federal prison as a result. Both these counts carry with him up to 10 years in federal prison. He does have, I want to say, 10 or 12 months in already. He would get credit for that. I do think that there's a reasonable likelihood that he'll still be sentenced to some period of state prison and obviously, or, I'm sorry, federal prison. But again, it's still very, very serious.
Does this mean that Sean Combs potentially could walk out of the courthouse today and then sentencing be pushed to a later date, Candace?
He's not walking out today. He's got a lot to do in terms of actually going back to the courthouse. And what they want to make sure doesn't happen is that he doesn't, he's not out in order to do what they thought he might do, which was tamper with witnesses. If they choose to charge this any further, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be held, and then he's going to be sentenced, and then he's going to be placed somewhere. As you said, it could be Florida, it could be in the Midwest, it could be Pennsylvania with Bob Menendez. We never know, but he's not going anywhere today.
And then, William, walk us through the sentencing part of this. We know what the verdict is now. What happens next?
So what happens next is that there is a sentencing hearing that will take place probably 30 to 60 days from now. In the meantime, both sides will marshal their arguments. They will put forth sentencing memorandum. The defense counsel puts together a memorandum. The prosecution puts together a memorandum. And also the probation department, the pretrial services, they also put together a memo. They will interview Mr. Combs. They will, each of those three branches, if you will come up what they believe an appropriate sentence is. And then ultimately it's up to the judge to formulate whatever sentence he sees fit in this particular case.
And we'll get some reaction. I'm still waiting to get the description of what the courtroom was like in this moment with Sean Combs being found guilty on the most serious charge of racketeering conspiracy. But Candace, as you look at the not guilty verdict, what could the prosecution look back on and think maybe we should have done that to build a stronger case to maybe get a conviction on this?
Listen, the prosecution put on a very good case. Let's remember that there were no witnesses that the defense even chose to put on. They just said, you know what, you didn't make your case. The prosecution, I would think, if they were going to look back, I don't know, would they do something with Christina Coram? Maybe take that chance. Would they do something with this plethora of security guards that we know were within Sean's orbit that knew everything? Because we know Sean wasn't driving himself to places, Sean wasn't getting candles, and Sean wasn't picking up Astroglide. Are these the people that we should have heard from? Because certainly being in the gallery, these are the people that I wanted to hear from. Would they have provided some glue to any of this? I think that that's something to take into consideration. Who were the people that we have heard all throughout this trial, but we didn't bring? Could they have made a difference?
I want to bring our Sierra Gillespie in right now, who's outside the courthouse. Sierra, what is the vibe there?
I mean, I'm telling you, Chris, this came out of nowhere. No one was expecting that after 1 hour worth of deliberations, we would have a verdict. So much so, the P. Diddy's family left the courthouse. They thought they were probably going to go get some brunch or something, and all of a sudden they're turned around. So I'm telling you, the instant that people were able to show up, I'm shocked by it. There's a major crowd outside of the courthouse. I mean, I have no idea where all of these people came from just to surround and hear all of this. And I mean, I think the vibe is that this is a pretty big win for P. Diddy. I mean, not guilty on count one of racketeering. Huge win. I mean, that could potentially throw the life sentence out the window. And you can definitely tell in the crowd here, people who are pro Diddy are definitely happy about it.
And I know we talked about when we signed off at the end of last hour, when Diddy's kids left, you saw his sons, his twin daughters, they got in that Sprinter van and they headed out after praying with their dad. And then he goes to wait out the jury deliberations. I know his mom and his sister were in the courtroom, but did you see them get back? Were they there for this verdict?
I believe so that they were. And I'm telling you, straightforwardly, everything was a mess when we heard the verdict. Elizabeth Milner got up, ran inside. I jumped in, plugged in my microphone and my IFB, ready to go. So it was almost like a frenzy here. You can kind of feel the vibes, and that's what I'm trying to convey to you all, by the way, that here, everyone can kind of feel the vibes that something wild is going on. I did see the commotion behind me. I did see the Sprinter van, but honestly, I was plugging in during all of this, so I didn't physically see them with my eyes, but I do believe that they were there in the courtroom.
And if you're just joining us here on Law and Crime on the live stream, it's great to be with you. We have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, and I want to read through this verdict for you once again, just so we're all on the same page. The judge said, or the deputy, in the matter of the U.S. versus Combs, count 1, juror number 5, the foreman says not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Sex trafficking of the victim that went by the pseudonym Jane, not guilty. And then transportation for prostitution of Jane, guilty. Have another court update coming in. The judge asking the media not to question jurors about their deliberations. Jurors, you can contact our chambers. You gave up a lot these 10 weeks. It is inspiring. You worked together, rain or shine. You answered the call of public service.
Ah, hell no, y'all. We got to see if we got to see if what's some people call Law and Crime got better audio, because baby, this ain't it. This ain't it. Karina Cooper, that ain't it. Let's see if Law and Crime got better audio. No, the audio just might be trash in here, y'all. Ah, man, I'm sorry. I'm about to fall out because we're trying to watch the Karina Cooper trial and the audio is 100% booty. I don't know we're going to be able to watch this. Oh, my God.
Said the only thing I said the RICO was going to be iffy. The sex trafficking could be tricky, but I knew the prostitution was happening.
I knew the prostitution
that was happening.
100%. But here's the shirt that.
But he's happy as hell.
Oh, okay.
Did
you see King going like this?
He's about to do 4 to 7 years on this. That's it. He's going to do 4 to 7 years. That's it.
Big win for Diddy today.
Armand Wiggins,
great reporting, Armand. Great reporting.
Hey, Armand, you ain't going to lose your platform like that other girl.
Oh, child.
You ain't losing yours.
Big win for Diddy today. This is why I didn't want to take too many sides, but I mean, you could. Hey, it was iffy with the RICO. Hey, no RICO.
No RICO. Free Diddy.
It's a big day.
Other people in the prison and certain aspects was, you know what I'm saying? And guess what? Nobody wants to be put in them shackles and be sent off and be set. Look, this man is just for being in the
Show.
But guess what? That is in a
I'll tell you this. Diddy's family is happy. The daughter looked back. She was smiling and laughing. He was laughing, so we're going to wait to try to get them out of here and see what's going on. But, you know, he's definitely going to still do some time for the transportation of prostitution. But no RICO. What you think? Okay, you can't. I forgot. Wow.
They knew it was a RICO, Armand. What happened? That was a RICO. He beat the RICO, Armand.
No RICO.
He beat the RICO. Yo, when they said guilty or something, I dropped down to the ground. But he beat the RICO, though, yo. OOTAONGO.
What you think?
You know where we at?
I just got here. I knew the verdict was going to come in by the time I got here. And this counts 3 and 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the judge can show in favor and maybe sentence them to 2
4 to
years
7.
apiece, running concurrently.
Yeah.
He got year time served. He'll be out in 3 months.
Yeah, in a little while.
I tell you.
Wow.
That's exactly what I'm saying, CB. He gonna end up with a 5-year
It's crazy.
sentence with
I'm just
probation.
out here to get the news. I'm just going to get the tea for you. So, child, we gonna see. The girls were saying it was over. I was like, child, it could be over. I knew we were getting a guilty verdict on the transportation for prostitution, for sure. I knew we was getting that. The racketeering, I'm like, you could see it or you could not see it. I mean, the sex trafficking, you could see it or you could not see it. But the RICO was shaky. The RICO was shaky. The RICO was shaky, but we gonna see, child. Child, I can't wait to see what everybody else was saying that was saying, you know, whatever they were saying. It's just a lot going on. Everybody's opinions. I'm gonna try to stay on live and see if I can get the family, if I can see who I can get out. But now all his business is out here. There's a lot going on. People's upset. People is upset. You know, it becomes... She pushed me.
That's it. And they're going to Cassie case. They're going to race and race.
Now everybody was Team Diddy the whole time. Child, now everybody yelling like they been Team Diddy the whole time. This shit finna be so funny. Everybody Team Diddy now the whole time now. What you think about the case? No RICO. We just got the two counts for the transportation and prostitution. No sex trafficking, no RICO.
I'm speechless.
Are you upset?
I'm like, hey, the jury did what the jury did. I feel like it was clear, the transportation for sure.
I knew that was happening.
I felt like Cassie was clear for sure, but you never know.
But Jane Doe.
The jury and Jane Doe, I feel like if they wouldn't have put her on, it would have been more of a slam dunk. But she messed up their case.
That's what I feel. Jane Doe messed up the trafficking for sure.
Yeah.
She messed up the trafficking for everybody. Jane Doe by far was the worst, but she did that to scare him. She was not for the prosecution. She was really for the defense. At the end, Jane Doe flipped. Jane Doe was never for the prosecution. She was strictly there to scare Diddy and to piss him off. Do you look at her? You remember? But you remember when I said Jane Doe fucked up? Hold on. You remember? Come over here, because I don't want to. You remember when I said Jane Doe messed up the trafficking for them?
Every
Because-
single video, you nailed it. This trial, you guys.
But I do feel like the trafficking was still there for Cassie.
Cassie, me too.
But-
I'm surprised.
But Jane Doe messed it up.
I think Jane Doe screwed it for everybody. We've said it. Jane Doe threw the case.
Yeah, she did.
That's the
The
bottom
RICO
line.
was going to be
The RICO
murky
was
anyway,
muddy.
but the trafficking, Jane Doe fucked that up.
100%.
100%. Are we having the free Diddy shirts?
Well, Charlucci said yesterday, everyone bring your shirt just in case. So I was like, all right, but now I look like the only one that brought it. And now
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
get
have mine in here, but I'm not wearing
gonna
it.
get canceled. That's why I'm just holding it. I'm not wearing it. Are they mad in the chat?
What do you guys think? How many years will he get? They're saying between 4 to 7.
I think he needs 7 years of rehab.
And he needs
He needs a 12 step. He needs a 21 step. He needs a
But we knew, but one thing I did know was the prostitution was happening.
100%. Beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that was happening. That's one thing I can fully say from the beginning, that I knew that the prostitution was happening. The RICO was a little iffy. And Jane Doe? Oh, they said, where's Tisa what? What lies?
One-sided judgmental views of the case.
And how do you feel about the outcome? What you think about the case? What do you think?
Like I said, he was going to get found guilty for 2 counts of prostitution. The trafficking charges I knew were never going to stick, and I knew for a fact that RICO wasn't going to stick. Free puff, 2 years, he'll be home. King of New York.
Wow.
King of New York. King of New York.
Hey, I'm feeling right now. I feel like I knew. I already knew. I felt like we were definitely getting the prostitution. I feel like we could have got the sex trafficking, but Jane Doe She threw the case at that part. The RICO was going to be murky anyway. So if they wouldn't have had Jane Doe to the case, they probably would have got the trafficking with Cassie
Jane Doe to make
it to 10 years. Yeah. But Jane Doe fucked it up.
Facts. You really should have found a bit more.
She did. She fucked it up.
They really needed Gina. I said without Gina.
Yeah.
Without Gina,
Jane Doe threw the case.
Gina was going to be the one that makes Diddy go.
But I've been saying this thing from the beginning.
Yeah. No,
so
right on point.
I've been saying it from the beginning.
Hey, where is your girl at?
I literally said you could see this trafficking or you could not. It's there if you want to, but Jane Doe kind of throws it off. I said what I said. I've been in the middle the entire time. I still feel like the trafficking was there. Hey. But, you know, I knew the RICO was going to get muddied. But I also knew that we was getting the prostitution for sure. Somebody said I've been hating. Cheryl, I think you got the wrong one, boo. I said how I feel. I still feel like the trafficking, but you threw Jane Doe in the mix. Cheryl, she fucked it up. I didn't take it personal, so I don't feel away. Y'all would never say I was on here yelling at my camera like I just had it all. There was times where I told you I didn't know what it was gonna say. So, bitch, you a lie. You ain't never saw me saying that I just knew what it was gonna be. Bitch, you're a lie. You must got me confused with another channel. Don't play with me, because I never gave that. We laughed and keyed at the baby oil over here. I gave y'all my opinion last night, but don't play me. Do not play with me. Do not play with me. Because, girl, y'all want to throw this on me because I told y'all last night I feel like he did it. I still feel like he did it. But I did, like I told y'all, we was not getting no RICO. Had they not put Jane Doe in the mix, but they had to. They had to. Let me get Lovely T. Okay, so what we got two transportation for prostitution. No RICO. We knew, we knew that. Hey, we're in the building. They talking about I've been hated. Girl, no, I have not been hating this. They talking about I've been hating this entire trial. Yes, I have. Girl, they want us all to be like, hey.
I'm proud of you. You've been doing your thing. You're the OG. You was down here first and foremost.
Absolutely. Ooh, tell it. Say that again. Okay, let's be very clear on that.
He was going to be guilty of something, right? There was too many receipts for him not to be guilty of anything. But again, this is going to set a precedence because you got too many people in the industry who think they can abuse men and women, who think they can treat them like sexual objects and discard them. And now, you know, this is showing there's going to be consequences. You can't just act any type of way. You can't hold record deals over people's head and then pimp them out. So, you know.
Hey, that hair looks good. All right, I'll let you do your thing. So let's be very clear on that. So the verdict is RICO, not guilty. Sex trafficking, not guilty for Cassie. Sex trafficking, Jane Doe, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Jane Doe. Transportation for prostitution, guilty Cassie. I just want to let y'all know this. I did not take it personal in this case, so I don't feel the way. People talking about you too happy. I'm not happy. I'm not sad. I wasn't flaring my ego out, trying to tell y'all that I knew what it was going to be. Remember, we were laughing and reenacting this whole trial. So when the shit comes out, don't get up in here and make it seem like I was one way or another. Because one day I was for the defense, one day I was for the prosecution. And I just told you I felt like at times he did it, but Jane Doe threw the case for the sex trafficking for me. We already knew that he was not getting on the RICO. It was too muddy and buried under the baby oil. But I told you 100% I did know that he was going down for the transportation of prostitution. But don't get up on your platforms and make it seem like I was saying that I just knew that Diddy was going down, because I never said that.
If people are saying that to you in your comments.
Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like, oh, you knew that you were. I didn't even have that energy.
Yeah, one thing people need to understand is nobody can predict what the jury is thinking. We can just go off of our point of view, and you never know what points they're making in the jury room as a group of them all together. There's 12 people that have to come to a decision, and just because the decision was one way or another, that doesn't mean that everybody was on the same accord. Some people, and they're not supposed to, some people say, you know what, F it, I'm gonna just go with the majority.
But I still think he was guilty for sex trafficking, though. I do. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Right. When it comes to Cassie,
Cassie for sure.
Yeah, and she was in. Let me talk to you real quick. So yesterday, she was in the courtroom freaking out. She was in the courtroom, and she was like, "Is it a verdict? Is it a verdict?"
Yeah, let's do the picture.
Thank you. You're the best.
Hey.
Getting his
Come on, more oil. Uh-oh. Come on, Francis. Let's do it. Hey.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, what do you guys feel about the verdict?
Oh, wait, I can't hear. Disappointed.
Okay. Oh, you're disappointed. But do you feel that Jane Doe was a lot of the reason why they weren't able to find it?
They didn't like her.
The family's still here?
Well, Jane Doe, I don't know. Jane Doe threw the case at the end. I don't know if you guys have been here from the beginning, but she threw the case for the prosecution at the end. So, and so I feel like they could have got Cassie, for the trafficking, but Jane Doe, it just didn't work. I knew that the RICO was going to be muffled under the baby oil. So, Laura LaRosa, what are you thinking? What is it giving? We did. We do. Like, I don't have any kind of, I'm not gagged. I'm not nothing. I just feel like.
What did I say yesterday? I said, if he walks up out of this courtroom, it's going to be insane. But we knew. I don't think I was for sure about how they would do the whole
Sex trafficking. That was the one I didn't know. That one could go either way. Because here's the thing. You could see it or you could not see it. It's there if you want to see it or it's there if you don't. Because you got two polar opposite witnesses. Overflow.
They said that in the main courtroom, like, because remember they cut the thing out after the evening, like, I thought it was being prayed.
I didn't see that.
So he turned around in his chair and started praying. They said once they cut the cameras and he was like, now you're allowed to talk. And he stood up, his family was cheering, like, they were, duh, like, fuck. Like, it's so crazy, though. All of this just for this. If I was government, I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
I would be tight right now.
What did he say?
I couldn't hear him say anything. I mean, outside of him, I saw him, like, shaking his head. I didn't see anything.
They were so happy in there. They were so happy because this is a slap on the wrist. But he's still going to do some time. There's nothing. Okay. Let's continue to get the tea. I'll see you, boo. We're just getting the tea, girls. We're getting the tea. So what you think? You did. So what do you, okay, she got to go live. Okay, go ahead, boo. So what do you think? The way we said it, it did. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Puerto Rico. They're saying that I was a Diddy hater the entire time. Okay, what do you think? Come on. You asked me. Okay. Yeah. I think that Jane Doe was the reason why they couldn't see it. And she flipped. Yeah.
So that's all they had to work with. But I do wonder if Gina did pick up.
Of course. She's going to do one. She's going to do one as soon as you get home. Ciao. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I'm coming. Okay, let's do another one. Can you lift it up a little bit?
We're all not that tall.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. They said, where is Tisa? She might be going live soon. Wow. Explosive day. Hold on. Where is Queen? Let me see what Queen got to say. All of this. No, Queen, what you think? You wanted me to come over and what you got to say about everything?
I've been telling my students this for months. At the end of the day, you know, I was not for Diddy in the beginning. But when I came here and started seeing everything that was unfolding, getting more evidence and listening to the testimony, I knew exactly what
And you loving it right now.
Yes, absolutely. And
Uh-huh.
nobody is out of a career. And you know what I'm talking about.
Who? They saying it's me.
No, it's definitely not you.
No, girl. It's so bad. What you think, James?
I'm like, act like you know.
Okay. Okay. Oh, they said that they can hear. They can barely hear y'all. Y'all got to talk louder.
I said I'm happier with my love.
You look good. Okay, Sam. What do you think? Well, Sam. Well, what? So I didn't know. What was your position throughout the case? Cause now I'm seeing all these free Diddy people. Now I don't remember it being this many of y'all.
Listen to me. My position from the beginning was the truth, okay? And anytime if I had something that wasn't the truth, I corrected it and I made it correct. And I don't approve of anything Diddy did. Obviously, the behavior towards women, I'm so disgusted. I hate domestic violence, right? But he wasn't guilty of those things. He was only guilty of prostitution, which is it's not a federal charge. How many men and women out there who have money have been with a prostitute? Be honest with yourself. That man almost had his entire life taken away.
They can't hear you.
Oh,
Shit.
yeah. Oh, we're on live?
Is it me?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't got no mic. Shit.
Hilarity.
Can y'all hear? Say something.
Check, 1, 2.
This is why I don't go live from the courtroom.
Yo, 1, 2, 1, 2. Diddy's free. John.
It was a win for independent journalism
Hey.
because we all called
Yes,
it.
we did.
We did our thing, you know.
We did our thing, you guys.
Shout out to us.
Big win for independent journalism. We're giving you the news that the mainstream is not giving you. They're saying he's going 15 a life.
Shout. What you think about the verdict?
Bro, he got what he deserved, I guess. I thought they was gonna give him the whole thing.
Diddy. Okay. Listen, don't try to play me. I come here and people want me to say my isms and cackle, and y'all got my opinion last night on the last day. Don't play with me. Girl, I've been very neutral this entire time. I've been flipping and flopping back and forth. So don't try to play me. I always told you I don't know how this is gonna go. Hey.
You're a stylist. You're a stylist?
No.
You need to be.
Thank you. Wow, wow,
Same
wow.
thing with OJ, with Michael Jackson. Fame is not everything. Stop selling your soul for fame. Okay? It's about what's in here at the end of the day. It's about your heart. It's about being a good person. Because as rich as he was, as big as his status was, where is he now? He is in jail. He had to sit there and listen to that testimony. That is heartbreaking. His daughters have to sit there and listen to that. So we need to start changing the mentality of the people in the world. Start being good people. Treat people how you want to be treated. Stop abusing people because you have power and money. Stop taking your blessings to abuse others. And that's for every industry. I know I'm preaching.
Wow!
I'm not,
Wow!
but I don't care.
Wow. Okay. It's a lot going on out here, okay? Wow. Explosive. Ciao.
Excuse me. What?
We are. It's a lot going on, y'all. The fireworks have just everywhere. We're going to see what this press conference is going to give. It's a lot going on. And I'm just here staying in the light. Wow. Hold on, let me put my stuff down. This is the key. I'm giving. Listen, I'm able to cackle because, girl, I didn't take it personal. I didn't give a damn either way. Shit. Huh? Thank you. Thank
I
you.
spotted you. You're very nice.
Thank you. What's your name? Patrick? You was here for Diddy? Now, Patrick, is this a Diddy wig or is that your hair?
This is my hair.
You lie like. Can I touch it?
Yes, you can touch it.
Is it? No, that's a wig, Patrick. You lie like I'm.
I'm from SAG, Screen Actors Guild.
I'm SAG too.
Oh.
I'm SAG AFTRA.
Okay, so you and me are the same. Okay, thank you.
Yes, but
Wait, what's your name?
Armand.
Armand. Okay.
Yes, Patrick.
You're very nice teeth.
Thank you, Patrick. You want my number?
Can I take a photo with you? Sir? Yeah.
What do you want to do with me, Patrick?
You can do anything you want.
No, Patrick. You want a picture with me? Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
No, I'm on my phone. I'm not going to use our phone. You got to make it quick, okay? Because I got to go. This hair is taking me out.
I'll give you my number.
No, I don't need your number. I was just laughing, just playing a game. Bye, Patrick. Love you. I know you like me, baby. Okay, bye. So there's a lot going on at this game. Did you see Patrick? Why Patrick think he like me? You don't like me with that wig on and them whole bottom row teeth missing. You couldn't possibly like me at all. Talk about he like me, bitch. You don't like me. You ain't got no teeth. Yes. I don't know why. Yes. Wow. It's a lot going on. Listen, I'm able to laugh and be jovial because listen, I felt like I had this. I feel like he was guilty on the traffic of something, but I didn't take it personal. My position in this case was to make light of a dark situation and entertain people with the facts and the news. I wanted to maintain. I didn't know which way it was gonna go. You know what I mean? And so some days my people will call me a flip-flopper because one day I'd be for the defense and they think, oh, you're a Diddy supporter. Then one day I'd be for the prosecution. So I just tried to remain as new. Yes, I wanted to remain neutral as possible. And I didn't want to take a stance where I was like, I know that it's gonna be this way, because if it didn't end up that way, I was gonna be feeling like shit. And I was gonna be feeling like, oh my God, like I needed to prove something and I had to be on live trying to lie and, try to make something up. So here's the thing. To be honest, I do think that, Jane Doe, unfortunately, they had to use her, but she's the reason why the trafficking didn't go through for me, because I feel like towards the end of her testimony, she flipped and she became a part of the defense at the end of the day. We knew the RICO was hidden under the baby oil, and so that was going to be hard. The trafficking, it could have went either way. I knew 100% that we were getting the transportation for prostitution on all counts. That was happening. But everything else was kind of like iffy. And that's where I maintain. So it is what it is.
Thank you.
We had a good time. Shout out to all the new media that came here, put out things, killed that shit. YouTubers, TikTokers out here in the field grinding and letting people know, getting the news out to millions and millions of people. And I just want to say, we killed this fucking case. Hands down.
We did.
Thank you.
Hands up, Armand.
Period. Okay. Everybody's waiting for the family and stuff to come out. It's going to be a mess. The hecklers are going to be out here. The people are going to be just doing a lot. And I'm here, child. Y'all want it alive? Child. Child. Yes, sir. What you think?
We are predicting it. We predicted it. We are predicting it.
Period. How are you? How y'all think about what?
I love. Listen.
Okay.
I have a lot of things to talk to you about.
Okay.
Tyler Perry. We're not gonna go there.
No, not right now. This gotta go. Oh wait, hold on. What's happening over here? Gotta go. No, it's okay. There's a lot going on. Woo.
Armand is the best. Yes.
Wow.
Where's the baby oil?
Yeah. Where's the oil? More oil! More oil! More oil! They're yelling more oil at the damn thing. Not them yelling more oil. Child. These motherfuckers. Did you get it? No. I'm just child. They yelling more oil.
Where's Dream?
I don't know.
You were right next. You were just with her.
Who's Dream?
You don't know Dream Hampton?
No. He's mad at me. He's mad at me because I don't know her.
It's not baby oil. But come, put on this. Where you going this way?
Child, I'm just walking. Put the shirt on. They yelling more oil. You want to wear the fucking shirt? Wear the shirt. Hi. Ciao. It's them yelling more fucking oil for me. Wow. Explosive day. Okay. I'm trying to see what's going on back here. Is anybody gonna creep out through the back? I should have had my Diddy Dukes on. Okay. Shout out to Tisa Tales. There she is in the building doing her thing. The verdict is in. No Diddy Dukes to the... Okay. I love y'all too. I love y'all too.
You have to.
Okay, yeah, but I'm gonna be on live for a minute. Okay, yes.
I love you, and
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna be watching.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I love y'all, but come on, y'all. You gotta let me work. I love y'all down, but come on. Ooh, shit. The verdict is in. You can't give no opinion, I know. Hello. It's a lot going on. Ooh, child. Wow. Hold on. Child. So what y'all thinking? Okay. Let me go back up over there to see. I just want to say, take this time out. Oh, Cassie's lawyer's leaving from the back on the back. He's leaving on the back. He's trying to sneak out. Cassie's lawyer trying to sneak out. He's trying to sneak out.
She hasn't been her entire life. We now stands convicted.
Where's the mic?
Federal crime.
Where's the mic? Oh,
and
two fingers.
Still substantial jail time. Obviously, we like to see a conviction on the sex crimes, the RICO counts. But we're pleased that he's been held responsible for something, which is something that hasn't happened in his lifetime. And we're hopeful that ultimately he receives a substantial sentence for what he's done. And we're pleased that Cassie's brought to light everything that has happened in this trial. I just spoke with her and with the U.S. Attorney's Office team, and she's in a good place. She's pleased that again the jury is found liable. She's guilty of.
What was her reaction?
And I've issued a statement as well on Twitter. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible to federal crime, something that he's never been held responsible in his entire life. And she's happy that in November of 2023 she came forward and shined a light on this and brought other people forward who have various civil claims, and we'll see what happens in the second. All right? Thank you very much. Oh, I can't repeat it again, but
please.
I'm sorry. So, what was the question?
Your reaction to what happened.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes and RICO, but we understand that beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time.
How much time is he looking at?
How much time?
Doug, Wigdor, W-I-G-D-O-R. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying that he still faces substantial incarceration.
How will you feel if he walks out on bail?
It's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so he's saying that Diddy is still going to go down for a significant amount of time. He can face up to 10 years per charge, but he most likely won't get the max on that. But that could be up to 20 years, but, you know, they probably won't do that, okay? So they're saying that it can be up to 10 years per charge, okay? So now we're back getting the rest of the tea, okay? Let's continue to get going. Let's continue to get going. Ciao. Let's continue to keep going. Whew. That's why I wear my crop top today, baby. Stop yelling at me, please. I'm trying to work. I'm like, stop yelling at me, please. Girl, I'm trying to work.
Come on, Armand, give me a little five and go ask.
Okay, so I just caught up with Cassie's lawyer. He's saying that he's happy that, you know, Diddy did get something. He was held accountable for something. Cassie is happy that he's been held accountable for something. They would have liked to see the RICO and the sex trafficking charges because he hasn't been held accountable for anything in a very long time. He said, but he does feel that Diddy will face a significant amount of time. He says each charge can be charged up to 10 years each. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, it's not.
But he feels like there's a significant amount that he can be charged for.
Thank you, beloved.
What do you think?
Well, I think he's not going to have a significant amount of time because we did the math. He didn't have any prior convictions, and we looked at the chart, did we not, Sylvia? And it wasn't a whole lot of time. It's all I'll say. But I will say this, and I can't tell you all the whole tea, but we have some tea that is really why we didn't want it to go the other way.
Wait, what's the tea?
I can't say it.
Okay.
Or maybe I can say it tomorrow. Right
Well,
now,
the verdict
Sylvia,
is in.
Sylvia, you know the tea.
Uh-oh.
This is inside information.
You got your free Diddy shirt on?
You told me to put it on. You know you want to put it on. People are like, what does that say? I thought more people would be in them because they handed it out to all of us.
I can't give it to
Where is she?
What's happening?
We got a Team Love shit on, Armand.
Justice was
Yes. Wait, what's coming on over here? Girl, I gotta go back. I don't know. I just got Cassie's lawyer back here. He snuck out through the back.
It was such a fucking nightmare. They're all horrible. Really horrible. I wasn't on the list anywhere.
Jesus. I'm like, this is why I don't go live at the courthouse show because I'll be trying to work and I just be like, girl, give me a second. So the prosecution probably won't come out. Diddy's team is probably going to come out through the front. Because the Cassie lawyer snuck out through this way. But so I just got him on. Oh, here he go. Look, look at Ratchet.
Lied to y'all. Everybody lied to y'all. They lied to y'all.
Who lied?
We watching them. They lied. They tried to control the narrative with the media. They tried to control the narrative with the media, and they lied. Diddy is coming home. They lied to y'all. Hogan is coming home. They lied to y'all. Tisa, tell them how you lied to them about the prosecution. How you lied to him about the prosecution?
Oh my God.
Let's tell the truth. Tell them the truth. What happened to the RICO? What happened to the RICO? Tisa telling lies.
Oh my God. Girl. These people is crazy. Yo, why are they doing this? Why is he doing this? He is so stupid, yo. Oh.
All I can say is this. Again, people want to talk about controlling the media, okay? When I say watershed moment, I don't mean that good. I mean that it's a watershed moment and a wake-up call for the type of country we live in, for the type of thoughts that are in people's minds from 40 to 71 years old, and the fact that they will actually do that. I will say this, okay? I will say this. This is not over, and we need to move forward. I get all the flunkies of Diddy are happy their idol, who wouldn't even spit on them, is out, because this is the type of lifestyle they idolize. A world where women can be drugged, they can be transported, they can be beaten, and nothing, as long as you have enough money and power, the respect that brings will guarantee that you will never get anything again. Again, this is a circus, and this is America. This is the world we live in. A woman's body means nothing. Bruises mean nothing. SA mean nothing, okay? And now we have a thing of black men coming, trying to do. You guys, listen, I will actually say something, right? At the end of the day, these were federal charges. And the fact that people think that federal charges do not have anything and they don't stick about... Oh, these broke niggas is mad. So anyway, listen, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, excuse me, can you please move him away, please? So at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, right? We will, listen, at the end of the day, we have done what we can. This shows that these people care more about, right? We have shown... Y'all, I work for the feds. So listen, what's been actually happening is, I'm glad I'm turning into the story, honey. I'm glad I'm going. Okay, so listen, at the end of the day, these people are sitting here in their struggle, mad that Diddy doesn't even know they exist. They want it, I get it. They're mad that they don't have, right? Listen, they are mad. They're mad. They're mad. They are mad. Listen, at the end of the day, the prosecution is showing what it is. And now they are saying that I should be the story because I actually went to the prosecution. Because at the end of the day, they are mad that I went with what the prosecution could say, that I did with what the prosecution would say, and they're mad. There's all these bottom figures that literally are trying to get money off they can, but they cannot, right? Listen, at the end of the day, these people need to be worrying about whether Diddy's going to get time and not yelling at me. I get it that I'm the story. I know they need me for the views. I know they need me for the content. I know they need me for those pennies and those money. And I know that they are the type of men that feel very comfortable trying to harass and bully and intimidate women. At the end of the day, this is the type of people they are. They want to bully women. They want to quiet women. And there's a bunch of dusty, ugly, male-identified women also riding on them. At the end of the day, this is the world we live in. And I'm glad. Thank you for my baby for paying for security. Thank you for my baby for keeping me protected. Baby, I love you and I will see you soon. Okay? But at the end of the day, these are Diddy supporters. Grown men rolling up on women, trying to intimidate them, trying to make me feel scared, trying to make me feel, because they're mad that the federal government looked at behavior and said it's no. They are hoping that maybe they can get like a few things. There's a bunch of dusty, ugly, men-identified women mad that patriarchy didn't work for them, that are riding along with them. I get it. This is the world that we live in. They're mad. Federal government bought up things, and this he is crashing out. He's crashing out, and I love to see it. Whoever it is, he is crashing out. Meanwhile, the man that he rolled out for, don't know him, won't shake his hand, but he wants, at the end of the day, and any gay, listen, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, it is what it talks about. And I get it. And it's sad that these band of married men are doing this. You guys, let's get back into this, okay? So anyway, Mark Agnifilo, listen, I will say this one time, the jury got it wrong, and the jury enabled this behavior. This is what the jury enabled. These are the people that support Diddy. This is the type of thing that they want actually done. Grown men crashing out, emotional over someone that doesn't even know they exist. Grown men fighting for the fact that they should be able to abuse, bully, yell. This is the world they want to live in. This is the world they want to live in. And now they're crashing out, screaming, voices cracking, because they're mad that security is making it impossible for them to even touch me or get over to it. Anyway, you guys, let's get back into this. Let's get back into it. And they're mad. But this is what they want. Okay, so Mark Agnifilo stood up and said that he thinks that Diddy should be able to be released and go home now, okay? The government said that they are going to strongly oppose that. Right? Now, here's the thing. And you guys, thank you so much for being here with me. I am here in the trenches with y'all. I am here, actually out here. There's a lot of hate out here. A lot of people act like I bought the charges. I will never apologize for supporting victims. And again, everybody laughing and kikiing, let them have their point. But again, the day has to change sometime. Diddy left, so now they come to the only story, which is actually me, right? Okay? So anyway, listen, they're saying that Diddy should be out on bail because it got downgraded to prostitution. They said he should be released now. He should be returned to home. He's only been convicted of the Mann Act, which, by the way, can go up to 20 years for the Mann Act, right? Mark has made a bid saying he got released he got not guilty for less serious things, but it is, right? He said that his plane has been chartered. The plane is in Maui, so he's not a flight risk. He says he has no access to the plane, and his family has, in fact, been, his family is going to hold him to make sure he doesn't try to run, right? He said that he shouldn't be permitted. He said he should be permitted to go home and live his life at home, like he's been working, right? He said this is just a prostitution offense. They said that he should be able to leave the courtroom and walk outside, okay? They're doing the guidelines. But here's the thing. The prosecution jumped up and said that they are going to ask for the guidelines and they're going to ask for the maximum sentence of $20 million, right? Mark Agnifilo thinks that he should be released right now on $1 million bond, give up his passport to his family, and be able to go between Florida and New York City. And again, I literally sat there and said, this man who, even when, as Maureen Comey said, when prosecution was watching, this man was able to, even while prosecution was watching, was able to do what? He was able to go back and forth. Even while the prosecution was watching, he still was able, even when prosecution was watching, to break the law. Commit this. He was still hiring escorts. He was still ready to go. And they are trying to get him off. Again, congratulations to the Dream Team for doing what they do. But again, do you see all these idiots walking around wanting to fight me, mad I have security, and they can't be a man and use their fists in hands like Diddy? This is what the jury enabled. And this is the world the jury wants to live in. They sent a clear signal that if you beat someone, hit someone, expose someone to indignity, That's what their money and power can actually buy, okay? And there's a lot of people. Again, at the end of the day, they focus on what they can. A bunch of dusty, men-identified women that patriarchy never worked for, but they're still gonna support it because that's the only leg in the game they can. And a bunch of men that's mad that they're broke, mad that they don't get the views. Even people that today, oh, you need to apologize. Are you gonna send super chats back? Baby, does it make you that mad? Does it make you that mad that
for what he did, but for who he is?
Okay.
And I think people need to question everything.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think the fight's not over. And I just want to see justice served.
Thank you, Holly, so much. It's been a pleasure working with you. I know you guys probably haven't liked everything that I've said, but I tried to stay as neutral as possible. Thank you.
You're fair. Thank you.
And it was more funny than, Holly, we'll talk. So, yes. Hi.
I've just been watching everything.
Thank you so much. Love the glasses. So that was Holly. So she snuck out through the back. She's been the crisis and publicist for Diddy's team the entire time. Now, if you don't know, a lot of people were talking about how Holly was paying the media and trying to get them to push a narrative against Diddy. Holly never paid me. Holly never paid never paid the media. So that was who that was. So that was an exclusive. So she snuck out the side. So you guys, this is why I'm moving everywhere. You see that? I don't know who that is.
I'm gonna come behind you. Come here behind. Come here behind.
That too.
I don't really think I care who this is, but I don't know if I. They asking them, who are you?
Everybody want to show up after it's over.
He's still guilty. He's still guilty.
How do you feel about Mama Flip? What you think? Are you upset about the verdict? Okay.
And it's not as innocent. He's a felon, guys. Get a grip. He's a felon. Stop attacking Bob Taylor. I got a black Taylor. I'm telling you, he's a felon. What is it I'm saying?
Shut the audience. Shut the
Exactly. Thank you for quantifying what I'm saying. He is a felon. Now let's continue. He's still a felon. He's still going to have to serve time. He's still going to have to see a parole test. And they're celebrating like the man is free. He's not free, he's a felon.
How do you feel about the RICO and the sex trafficking being a not guilty verdict?
Split the baby in half. I think the jury cannot take away his company. So they decide, we're going to put him, we're going to sit him down for a little bit. We'll give him 2 chances so he learn his lesson. And we'll give him another chance.
Wow.
There's a lot of fights in here. He's still a felon. It's the craziest thing. I think it's such a celebration of my life. Let's celebrate a felon. Like the man got on the book.
Let Puffy go.
Wow.
Let Puffy go. 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 Let
Okay.
Trump's a felon.
Video, everything. This is not a lie. It's a true story. I know, but it's the president of the United States. And he was found guilty. He was found guilty. So United Motherfucking States. He was found.
I mean, it's a lot of commotion going on. So just trying to figure out what's up with this stream here with Armand. I cannot go back to Tisa, y'all. Tisa is definitely not what we're going back to. I cannot take her voice. And she's definitely like in repeat mode as mentioned. So looks like he's frozen. So it's not us. Unfortunately, the Widow's Word trial is the audio sucks, so we're not going to watch that. But Brian Kohlberger does take his plea at noon, so we will definitely do that. I am doing TMZ today. I'm about to do my sound check with them, so that's the thing. I don't know my topic yet. I'm absolutely hoping that I get the I hope I get Diddy. Like, I want to give my commentary on Diddy. It's about time they allow me to comment on a topic that is in my realm. The reason why they asked me to come on here in the first place, when they saw me out there doing it big for the ASAP Rocky trial. So hopefully TMZ come through and let me do the Diddy trial or Brian Kohlberger. I'll take the Brian Kohlberger plea as well. So those are like a couple of options. And I think the third option that they gave me was like Wendy Williams. I don't really want to do Wendy.
A Miami pharmacist will spend the rest of his life
so
behind bars after pleading guilty to traveling to Colombia dozens of times over the last few years, specifically to have sex with minors. The evidence against...
Did they fix the audio?
Got her tubes tied.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We got better audio. Oh, look like his mic on now.
We talked about the gun. You hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up. That's not true. Where she says,
I'm trying to back it.
the left side of his face. Right? There was no witnesses, a dog. So the trail of
Here we
text
go.
messages
We can at least watch this.
between these two lovers. And you will see other digital evidence supporting high involvement and Ryan Cooper's involvement in the killing and Houston Duncan's involvement.
Okay, so real quick, if you don't know, this is about Karina Cooper. Her husband died execution style. She was actually found by the police sitting on top of his body when they got there. This is opening arguments. The audio was jacked up. It looks like they fixed it. So we did miss a bit of it, but I'm just going to start from here because now we can start hearing. But yeah, that's kind of where we are.
The killing of Ryan Cooper. Let's talk about that. Folks, you'll see evidence that way back, starting early that year, early 2021, a plan was being hatched by these two lovers, the defendant and Ryan Cooper, and Houston Denker, to kill Ryan Cooper. You will see that there were messages as early as March when the defendant talks with Houston Denker, and they're planning to be a family. You'll see by March, they're talking about having children together by sometimes the following year. And you'll see deleted and recovered messages between the defendant and Houston Denker talking about, well, we'll have a family. We can do IVF, you know. If we can't have a child naturally, let's do IVF. You will see that at some point it escalates. She tells Houston Denker, I fucking hate him, Ryan. You'll see sometimes in March, she sends this ominous text where she says, I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. Ryan was a farmer. I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. something takes him out. But the gods were watching Ryan Cooper at that time and no semi accidents happened. You'll see text messages where she says, I can't wait another summer. Can't happen. I can't wait another summer. Folks, you'll see that the day of Ryan's death approached in June. And especially on that morning, Karina Cooper tells Houston Denker in a text that he calls herself his wife. And you'll see some charged sexual messages between them at that point, where he says, very soon I will be sleeping with my hands on your crotch. And I paraphrase that, because that's not the word he uses. But you will see those messages. And you can see the sexually charged messages between them at that point, that day, the last day that Ryan Cooper was alive. Now that night, we've talked about the story that you will see that Karina gives the officers. But when the officers find the deleted evidence, they find that those Snapchat messages that night at 3:30 in the morning. Remember, the 911 call in terms of timeline is 4:33. You'll also hear that before Karina Cooper calls 911, she calls Ryan Cooper's brother, Aaron Cooper. Now you'll hear that at 3:31 in the morning, an hour before the 911 call, the defendant and Houston Denker are talking on Snapchat. Folks, for those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, you'll hear that it's an app. It's an app on your phone that you can use to send messages. And the way it's set up is that the messages disappear or can be said to disappear once the other persons receive them. You have an expert who will take you through the Snapchat conversations. But you'll hear that they are snapping at 3:31 in the morning. And folks, you'll remember that Karina told the cops that she was asleep at that time. She would be asleep at that time. But they're snapping. And that's when that snap of remember those casings, fucking remember those, no ifs and or buts, he sent. 3:32. Today's messages of I love you, she says absolutely, 100% she will remember them. And then Houston Denker sends a text that says, when I leave your house, send me a text. When I leave your house, so that I can open it when I get back. And you'll see why that evidence in Snapchat is trying to determine its location. Now, folks, you'll also hear that earlier that evening, Houston's phone shows that he was driving back and forth from his residence, slightly past Ryan Cooper's residence, and back to his residence. And he didn't do this once, he didn't do this twice, he did this 3 times. Where he was driving, passing the residence, coming back to his house, going back and coming back, going back, coming back. Estimating how long it will take for me to move back and forth. Now you hear that this text messages set the plan rolling that night. Houston Denker says in these text messages, I gotta get this shit done. And Karina's, the defendant's response is go. They say phones going down. And you'll hear from forensic experts, you'll hear testimony that people know that if you turn off your phone or if it's not moving or the movement of your phones can be detected in an investigation. So you'll hear them talk about phones going down. Karina saying, go. An hour later, the man she married will be lying dead in the recliner in the living room. Now, folks, as I said, you'll hear evidence that she said she was asleep until she heard a sound. She described this as a sound. But you'll hear that forensic evidence says that's not true. She wasn't asleep. You'll hear that at 4:13 in the morning, she watched something on her phone. That this just doesn't happen on its own, that it's user manipulated. Someone has to be on the phone for it to use that phone. And that she watched something, a picture, on her phone. That was deleted. You'll hear that at 4:18 a.m. She calls, remember, the evidence will tell you, 4:33. At 4:18, she deleted 2 photos from her phone. Then, folks, you'll hear that at 4:23 to 4:33 a.m., the defendant, Karina Cooper, took 170 steps in her residence. And how do we know this? You'll hear from experts that the phone has an app sometimes, a health app on the phone, that when the user is walking with the phone, it records what you're doing. And that, contrary to her statement that she woke up to some noise, the phone shows that she was walking between 4:23 and 4:33, 170 steps, 393.7 feet in 10 minutes. You'll hear, folks, that that's longer than a football field. Touchdown, touchdown. Now, I told you, you'll hear that the police tried to see physical evidence that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the gun. They couldn't find the gun that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper in that residence. But Ryan Cooper was dead, 2 bullet holes on his face, and the gun missing. But the police found something that was significant and helpful. Remember those shell casings. No fucking ifs and buts. Remember those shell casings. She forgot to pick one of the shell casings. The evidence will show that the police found one shell casing. Ryan Cooper was shot by a 22. Size of the shell casing. Police found that. Police dig into their lives, they find that they get statements of the threats that she'd made to Ryan. They find that the defendant, Karina Cooper, was in financial trouble. She didn't have any money. You'll hear evidence from someone from the bank who used to work with her. And you'll hear that he will be nagging and nagging and nagging Karina to make sure that she was not overdrafted. And there'll be numerous text messages that you will see that in the days and the months leading up to Ryan's death, this man will text Karina and say, please, you're overdrafted again, put in some money. And she will give an excuse after another excuse after another excuse. You are overdrafted. Please put in $200, $300, sub something. You're on the overdraft list again. Now, talked about the timeline. We talked about the evidence you'll see in regards to the timeline that the police are told that this is what happened. And I told you that the story was full of holes. And some of those you'll hear from the blood. You'll hear that the blood in the scene tells a story. The blood was not consistent with the story that the Karina was trying to sell to the cops. And what did the blood show? That almost every officer came in. Two officers who come in. The first officer is there at 4:42 in the morning. So 4:33 she calls. Aaron Cooper is the first person, that's Brian's brother, first person to arrive. Because remember, she calls Aaron before she calls 911. She's found Aaron's brother bleeding on the recliner, and instead of calling 911, she calls Aaron first. Aaron arrives, you'll hear from the timeline, from the evidence, that he arrives around 4:39 in the morning. Aaron will tell you that the blood did not appear red, like bright red, like just blood that just came out immediately. It appeared darker. It's been out for a while. First officer, Deputy Fengman, will tell you that his first observation is the blood was coagulating. It was drying. From his experience, that the blood had been spilling for a longer time. You'll hear from a blood reconstruction expert who will talk to you more about how blood spatter and how blood behaves when it comes out of a human body. And folks, some of you have common sense, some of you have hunted. You'll see that evidence, part of the instructions that Judge Larson will give you, is to apply your common sense, believability, credibility, in this case, to reach a verdict. Now, talked about finances, you'll hear from a medical examiner, the pathologist. She'll tell you that Ryan Cooper was shot at close range, within 3 or 4 feet. That there was stippling, which she'll tell you what that means, that there was stippling on his face. That means that the gun that shot him was close enough. Someone comfortable enough to be close enough to him, sleeping on the recliner, shooting him in his face. Now you'll hear that Ryan used to sleep on the recliner in the living room, by a living room door. Right by the door. We talked about the evidence will tell you there was no sign of forced entry in this house. Now, you'll hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up, which is part of that would be the Snapchat messages. You'll hear evidence of the attempted cover-up. And you'll hear that there were evidence of searches, numerous searches on Houston Denker's phone. You'll hear that Houston Denker and Karina had been talking about replacing her husband, Ryan Cooper, as the father to their children. They have 3 children, Cade, Cable, and Cortland. You'll hear that there were conversations of him being the dad, and that she'll refer to Ryan as just the sperm donor. You'll hear that Houston Denker was gearing up for this role of the dad and even looking up for Father's Day 2021. Now you'll hear that Houston Denker had a lot of searches that the officers were able to retrieve from his phone. Some of them were with the court's permission, may I proceed? You may. Thank you. You'll hear evidence that Houston Denker made incriminating searches on his phone. Lots of incriminating searches. Some appear to have been made way before Ryan Cooper's death, and some were made the day of Ryan Cooper's death, and the following days and weeks after Ryan Cooper's execution. You'll hear that these searches were incriminating. You'll hear that the defendant deleted her search history. You will hear that a day or so after she helped with the execution of her husband, that she deleted. She logged into a Snapchat account through another means and deleted it because her phone had been seized by the cops, and deleted her account, hoping that there will be no trace found. Now, we talked about the gun, the smoking gun. The smoking gun that was not found at the scene. The smoking gun that we know the size of the caliber weapon that it was, because they found that shell casing, one of those shell casings. That smoking gun could not stay hidden forever. Sometimes later, a friend of Houston Denker's, colleague, someone that he used to work with briefly, pops up to the cops and says, Houston Denker gave me some guns to keep for him. Can you take them? And lo and behold, of course, they test these guns. You'll hear the gun expert who will come and talk to you from the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. And that expert will tell you that when they tested these guns, they found the gun that had been used to murder Ryan Cooper as he slept on his recliner. That one of the guns that was given to this friend of Houston Denker was the firearm that was used to kill Ryan Cooper. Now, folks, at the end of this trial, you will receive instructions from the court. You will receive instructions that, as we discussed during jury selection, talks about the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Overruled, you can continue.
Receive evidence that talk of the burden that you need to apply to this case. Those facts that you've heard, those facts that you will hear as testimony by witnesses who will take that seat and talk to you in this courtroom, you will see exhibits and any stipulations between the parties, which are agreements between the parties, that you will have to go back with you to apply those facts to the law given to you by the judge in this particular case. The evidence, as you will see, it will show that Karina Cooper was not just an unfaithful wife. She was not just a wife who wanted, as a text message will show you, to leave Traer, Iowa for a better life in a sunnier place with a younger man. The evidence will show you that she was not just dishonest, but that she was manipulative, that she is a co-conspirator. You will get an instruction to apply on aiding and abetting. That she aided, that she abetted, that this crime from the evidence that you'll see, that Ryan Cooper dies by her involvement absolutely 100%, like she said. She was in this absolutely 100%. You'll see that she's a planner. The evidence will show that she is a murderer. And for that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will ask you at the end of this trial to hold Karina Sue Cooper accountable for planning and carrying out her husband's murder hand in hand with her lover. We will ask you to look at the evidence, the text, the blood, and apply common sense. We submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty, and we will ask you to return that verdict. Thank you very much.
Ms. Watt?
Houston Danker. Houston Danker. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Houston Danker shot Ryan Cooper in the face. Houston Danker solicited Karina. Houston Danker manipulated Karina. Houston Danker lured Karina. Houston Danker had Karina living in a dream world. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. You're going to see some Snapchats. You're going to see some pictures. You're going to see conversations about IVF. Dream world. IVF, she's got her tubes tied. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Karina Cooper was in a dream world, and then it became real, and then she was in too deep. She did not want her husband dead. She did not want his life insurance money. You'll see, you'll hear, the money's still there in trust for her children. Nobody rode off into the sunset to the mountains. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Please, as you hear the evidence in this case, keep an open mind. Don't rush to judgment. And at the end, we'll ask that you find her not guilty.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
We are, Your Honor. Before we call our first witness, Your Honor, we will, by stipulation of the parties, we will move to admit two 911 calls, and those will be what will be submitted into evidence, again, by agreement of the parties, as State Exhibit 100 and State Exhibit 101.
And Ms. Watt, let me just confirm, is that indeed a stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, by agreement, States Exhibits 100 and 101 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see. All right. So just for the record, are you playing 101 first?
That is, for the record, the state will be playing State Exhibit 101 first. The State Exhibit 100 will be played by another witness.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Pengman, I'm going to ask you to speak up.
Okay.
Now, you've stated your first and last name for the jury, correct?
Correct.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Tama County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff?
I've been with Tama since December of 2019.
Can you tell us briefly, or tell the jury briefly, about your education, your training, and your experience to be in the position that you are?
I was hired as a law enforcement officer with Boone County in September of 2009. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in December of 2009 and was employed with Boone County until coming to Tama in December of 2019.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am.
As a deputy sheriff or as a law enforcement officer, what have been some of your duties or responsibilities in those years that you've worked in this field?
I've been assigned to patrol, so I'm a day-to-day patrol deputy, so responding to 911 calls, traffic accidents, traffic enforcement.
Fair to say that you've responded to multiple calls or multiple instances where people need some form of aid in one way or another?
Yes.
On the morning of June 18th, 2021, were you on duty?
Yes.
At some point in the early hours of that morning, were you dispatched to an address on K Avenue in Traer, Iowa?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what address you were dispatched to?
It was in the 1800 block of K Avenue. It was just north of Highway 63.
So is it fair to say 1846 K Avenue,
Correct.
Traer, Iowa?
Yes.
Now, around what time were you dispatched to this address?
It was approximately 4:39 in the morning.
And can you just, for the benefit of this jury being from a different county, from Tama, can you just orient them to what highway, what we're talking about, where this residence is in proximity to the highway or roadway?
So when I was dispatched, I was in the city limits of Traer, and I went south out of Traer on Highway 63, continued on 63 until the intersection of K and Highway 63. It took me about 3 minutes to arrive on scene.
So when you were dispatched, was another deputy also dispatched with you?
Yes, I was working with Deputy Foster at that time, and he was dispatched as well.
What information did you have or receive prior to arrival to this residence?
Dispatch struggled to get a lot of information to me because of the screaming on the 911 call. It was loud enough you could actually hear it while they were dispatching me through their radios. It sounded like someone had been shot, and there was a lot of blood. They received a second call from a male caller that said he was called to that residence as well.
So as you're driving over or as you're leaving, you can hear the communication or the communication from your radio as you're driving over?
Correct.
And what you hear is just a screaming or some crying female?
Yeah, it's fairly unusual to hear the actual caller in the background. Usually their headsets cancel it out, but not in this case.
You said you took about 3 minutes to get there.
Correct.
And what direction were you driving to get there again?
I left Traer south, and then that road curves instantly and goes west.
It was early hours in the morning. Did you, as you drive there, do you see any vehicle or anything that appears suspicious, either speeding away from this residence?
Not that I recall.
Now, just for the sake of timeline, Do you recall the time that you arrived at the residence?
It was approximately 4:42 in the morning.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may. Counsel, these haven't been admitted yet, have they? So, you may.
May I proceed?
Whenever you're ready.
By agreement of the parties, we're going to move to admit the one on the extreme left from where I'm sitting, is 310, 311, and 312 state exhibits.
All right, then, states exhibits 310, 11, and 12 are now admitted.
So are you able to see what's been marked on my far left as 310, middle 311, and my far right as 312?
I can see 310 and 11, fine, 12. I can see the majority of it.
Now, when looking at 310 and 311, can you help the jury understand what 310 and 311 that they're seeing, the first two, what that will be?
Yep, those are aerial photographs I took with a drone. The one on the far left is of the home and two outbuildings that sit north of the home. The one in the middle is a full overview of the acreage. On the left is Highway 63, and that's running east-west. The road at the bottom of the photo is K Avenue, that runs north-south. And then the house is the far left. The two buildings on the right were there at the time of this incident. The large building, kind of right in the middle, was not there at the time this incident happened. Sitting there was building supplies, I assume, to build that building.
Now, when you pull in the driveway, can you describe to the jury what you see?
There was at least two trucks sitting in the driveway. The one furthest away from the house was running with the flashers on. I parked kind of behind that one.
Did you later determine whose truck that was?
I didn't at the time, no.
Now, there's two trucks, so do you remember the color of the trucks?
The one closest to where I parked was white. I believe there was a red one in front of that.
So the white one was the one that appeared to be either running with the flashers on or had its flashers or hazard signs on.
Yep, it definitely had the flashers on. I believe it was running, but I'm not entirely sure.
How do you enter this residence?
When I walked up, you can see the garage doors are on the north side. and there was a walk-through door there that I assumed just went to the garage, so I tried to the next door to the south that opened into the kitchen.
So you entered through a kitchen door?
Yeah, it opened to like a small landing, and then the kitchen was to the right when you stepped in.
What do you see once you enter this kitchen door?
There was a male that met me at the end of the kitchen that he informed me his brother was dead, and then we walked through the rest of the house to where Ryan was.
Okay. So you see someone who you identify as a male,
Yes,
and he tells you that his brother is dead.
yes.
Do you see this male? Is he dressed? What's his condition?
He's sitting upright in a recliner.
You know, before you go to the dead party, the guy who tells you that his brother is dead, can you describe him briefly?
He's white male. He's wearing like pajama-style pants. He was shirtless.
Did you later identify who this was?
Yeah, I recognized him as Aaron Cooper.
So you knew Aaron Cooper?
Yeah, through his time in the Sheriff Fire Department.
So Aaron Cooper was a firefighter.
Yes.
So when you talk to Aaron Cooper, he tells you his brother is dead. What do you do next?
As I entered the kitchen, I could hear a female screaming from the other end of the house, and that ended up being the living room where Ryan was, and she was laying on top of him in the chair.
So the female screaming was laying on top of someone on the chair?
Yes.
Tell us more what you see. Give the jury an understanding of who she's laying on top of.
She was laying on top of Ryan. When she got up off him, I could see that she was covered in blood. I tried asking her what was going on. She was just screaming that she needed an ambulance. And then I had Ryan remove her from the room so I could actually see what was going on.
So did you mean to say Aaron?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Aaron.
So you see the female, she is sitting on top of Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
Does Ryan Cooper appear to be dead or alive?
Yes, he appeared to be deceased.
And you talked about observing this female, you said she was covered in blood.
Yes,
Did you identify who this female was?
it was Karina Cooper.
That person that you saw covered in blood sitting on top of Ryan Cooper, who you identified as Karina Cooper, is that person in this courtroom today?
She is.
Can you identify that person by an item of her clothing where she's sitting?
Yep, she's sitting on the defense side with a gray sweater on with a black undershirt.
Your Honor, we'll ask that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
She was sitting, what you said, she was sitting on Ryan Cooper. Was she laying on him? Can you describe what you're seeing?
She was just kind of laying against him. She was sitting on his lap. She had her face against his chest, and she was just kind of curled up there, I guess, laying on her side.
Rubbing her face in him at that point?
Correct.
As you make these observations, do you observe that there are also children in this house or in this room?
Yes, there were 3 children in the house. As we left the kitchen and walked towards the living room, there's a bedroom on the right, and there was at least 2 of them that were standing in the doorway there. And then as I walked past, they followed us out.
Were you able to identify these children?
They were the children of Ryan and Karina.
Do you know their names? Were you able to find their names at some point?
I did. I don't recall what they are because in my reports, everything's by their initial.
Fair enough to say this is a very chaotic scene as you find it at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say because she is still crying and wailing?
Yeah, it was hard to get any information from anybody with her in there screaming.
Does she tell you anything? What happened? Does she tell you what's going on?
If I recall, all she said was she was just wondering where the ambulance was and they needed help.
What was Aaron Cooper able to tell you?
After Aaron took her out of the room.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, you believe predecessor impression and excited utterances will cover that at that point.
Counsel on approach.
And he had told me he had gotten a series of calls from Karina just a few minutes before I was dispatched that there was someone in the house, that Ryan had been shot, but he said it was mostly just screaming as well.
So the information that you received from Karina was mostly screaming and that there was someone in the house.
Correct.
Now, let's talk then about, at that time, what are your duties? Are you trying to determine what had occurred?
Yes.
So what do you do next?
I began looking at Ryan, trying to determine if it was something medical related, if it could have been gunshots, basically trying to determine what actually happened.
So let's talk about your observations then at that point. Karina, the defendant has left, you've taken her out of Ryan. Did that take some time to just even get her off Ryan?
Yeah, just a few seconds.
Okay. Do you make an observation of Ryan Cooper?
Yep, I saw injuries to the left side of his face, in front of his ear on like the cheekbone. There's a indentation, and then in front of that there was 2 small holes, and then there's blood.
So you see a lot of blood.
Yes.
Do you see blood also on the floor?
Yep, there's a large pool of blood on it'd be his left side of the recliner. There's blood all over the front of his shirt, coming out of his nose, his ears.
Let's talk about that. Was there something about the blood that appeared of note to you?
In the large pool to the left of the chair, I noticed that there was swipes taken out of it, like someone could have stepped in it or slid in it, and then it appeared that it was coagulating.
Can you tell the jury what that word coagulating would mean to you?
Coagulating is clotting.
Like clotting?
Yes.
As an officer, as a deputy, you've worked in cases, as you've told the jury, that where you respond to accidents or scenes of violence where there is blood, correct?
Correct.
So based on that experience, you can tell blood that appears to be clotting.
Yes.
Did you observe what is referred to as blood spatter in that living room?
Yes, on it'd be the east wall of the living room, there's blood splatter on that wall, on the door, and then the wall behind the recliner, there was blood splatter as well.
Now, you talked about what appeared to be signs of movement or disturbance of the blood by something like a swipe on the blood.
Correct.
At that point, are you concerned that there might be a firearm in the scene that you need to either secure or find?
Yes.
Do you see any firearm around Ryan Cooper at that time?
No.
Was that something you're looking for?
Yes.
Do you find a firearm at the scene?
Yes.
Or in the house?
Yep. Initially, I found it ended up being a 9mm Smith & Wesson Shield. It was sitting on, I don't know if it was like a buffet type table or just an end table in the hallway between where the bedroom and the bathroom is.
And when you find this Smith & Wesson 9mm, what do you do with it?
I cleared it and left it sit where it was photographed, and then later it was placed in my patrol car.
Did the weapon that you found have any ammunitions in its?
Yes, there was 1 in the chamber, there was 6 in the magazine, and the magazine held 7.
Were you able to determine who this weapon belonged to?
I later found out it belonged to Aaron.
So that time you don't know, but you later find out that it belonged to Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
And did you find out that it brought it with him based on the phone call that it received?
Correct.
Were there other firearms found in the house?
Deputy Foster and I found one later. It was in a bedroom safe.
Can you tell us what firearm we found at the bedroom safe?
It was an LC-380.
Okay, and those are the type of the firearm?
Yeah, that's the model of the firearm. I believe it's a Ruger.
A Ruger handgun?
Yes.
Did you find out who this firearm belonged to?
That was Karina claimed that one.
Okay. So Karina told you that in a bedroom, the 380 will be a firearm that belonged to her.
She told Deputy Foster that there was a firearm in the safe.
Was there any other firearm that you found?
No.
Was there a firearm found in Ryan's truck, or was that a different officer who found that?
That was found later on in the day with a search warrant, I believe.
Okay. So later on in the day, you do find a firearm in Ryan Cooper's truck?
I don't believe I found it, but I know there was one found there.
Okay. Back to the recliner where Ryan Cooper lies dead. Did you search around, or did one of the officers search around to see if there was a firearm?
If there was what?
If there was a firearm.
Yes.
Was there any firearm found on the recliner or around Ryan Cooper?
No.
As you're making your observations in the house and where Ryan Cooper has been shot dead, do you see any observations of bullet holes or any signs of broken entry around that part?
No.
You talked about the children in this house, correct?
Yes.
At some point, and you talked about them being present in this place with this excitement and what had just happened, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you are talking to the children, they have to be shepherded out of the living room where the dad lies dead and to a different room, correct?
Correct. When I saw that two had followed us into the room, I asked them to go back into the bedroom and shut the door and
Do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
say that again.
Do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
Sustained.
Tell the jury the demeanor of these children. In other words, did they appear upset, trying to console their mother?
Yeah, I believe it was the oldest one. I think was crying, and I know he was talking to somebody, but I don't know who it was or what he was telling them.
And if I told you the oldest one's name is Cade, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you talk to Cade and ask him what happened?
Yeah, after Aaron removed him from the house, they were sitting in Aaron's truck, and I talked to him then.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May I respond?
You may.
Excited utterance, present impression.
You want to approach?
Cade informed me that he was sleeping upstairs at the time of the incident. He remembers hearing footsteps and a thud, but couldn't recall if there was an actual gunshot that he heard or not.
Did he tell you that his sleeping arrangements had been changed days prior to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
That's sustained.
Did he tell you what he did as he ran downstairs and what happened in regards to when he saw his dad?
Overruled.
He said he went over to where his dad was and he slipped in the blood.
So he told you that he slipped in his dad's blood?
Correct.
As you're walking the scene, you talked about another deputy coming. Did that deputy arrive as you're there at the scene?
Yeah, I believe he arrived 4 minutes after I was on scene.
And just to remind the jury, what was the name of that deputy?
Deputy Travis Foster.
Talked about Ryan Cooper dead on a recliner. Can you give the jury an orientation? Was there a door close to him where his recliner was?
Yeah, there's a door just to the left of where the chair was.
A living room door?
Yes,
Did that door appear closed to you when you looked at it?
it was closed.
That door was closed.
Correct.
So the recliner door is just very close to the living room door, and that door was closed when you got there.
Correct.
Let's talk about some actions that you took when you have other officers and other people responding to help Ryan Cooper. Do you collect phones at the scene?
I did.
What phones did you collect?
I collected Karina's phone and Ryan's phone.
Okay, so you collected the defendant's phone and Ryan Cooper's phone.
Correct.
When you found the defendant's phone, was there something of note that you observed with the phone?
It was sitting on the right arm of the recliner. When I picked it up, there was messages coming through that popped up on the home screen there, people offering their condolences.
So by the time you're picking the phone has messages of condolences.
Correct.
when you are looking at the phone, do you notice whether it's flashlight up on the flashlight is on the phone?
The flash, did I just hear an echo or did someone object? Something weird popped up. Nothing? Okay. The phone was down, so the flashlight was against the chair and the flashlight was on.
So it appeared that someone had turned the flashlight on.
Correct.
Fair enough to say the room that you're in was a fairly darker living room.
Yes, it was dark.
And you said it kept chiming with messages of condolences.
Correct.
Now, did you take any photographs at the scene?
I did.
Mr. Kodiak, before we get to these, I think we're going to take a recess. So we're going to take, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 10:46 on my watch. That clock's a little fast, but we're going to take a 15-minute recess. I would remind you of the admonition that I gave you yesterday, and we'll have you back and get started in about approximately 15 minutes.
When I asked you whether you took pictures as part of your investigation at this scene.
Yes.
When you're taking, and as you said, as you're taking pictures on your prior testimony, at that point you really don't know what has happened. Fair enough to say that?
Correct.
Other than you have Ryan Cooper dead, he has blood all over him, you can't find the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Why do you take pictures as officers?
Say that again?
Why do you take pictures?
So we can document the scene.
And as part of your job as an officer, do you normally have a department-issued body camera that records your interactions with people or when you go to a scene of a crime?
A body camera?
Yeah.
Yes,
Were you having a body camera on that day?
I did.
And did it document your interaction at this scene on that particular day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 104 through 115 for the purposes of identification. So have you had a chance to look at State Exhibit 104 through 115?
I have.
Does 104 through 115 accurately depict observations or pictures that you would have taken either stills from your body cam or pictures that you took on that particular night?
Yeah, they're all pictures I took except a couple of these Deputy Foster took.
But the ones that Deputy Foster took, do they fair and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that early morning?
Yes.
At this point, we'll move to admit 104 through 115 into evidence.
Mr. Rob Baker, if you want to come on up, I'll hand them to you. Yep. All right, with no objection, State's Exhibits 104 through 115 are admitted.
We'll move at this point to publish 104 through 115 to the jury.
All right. I think I can. They've moved to this TD screen rather than the big, so I don't know. You may. Don't know. Let's try. I haven't touched anything that would turn that on or off. So let's go off the record here for a second.
Is that the door that you said you observed that was closed?
Correct.
And that's what you'll describe as the living? Thank you. State Exhibit 104. Can you describe to the jury what you're saying in State Exhibit 104?
That's a picture of Ryan sitting in the recliner.
Is that the recliner that you found the defendant on top of him when you arrived?
Correct.
What do we see behind him? Is that the door? There's a door with the glass middle of it. Is that the door that you said you observed that was closed?
Correct.
And that's what you'll describe as the living room door?
Correct.
Let's go to State Exhibit 105. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 105?
Yeah, it's just a picture of the right side of Ryan's face and upper shoulder and chest area.
You talked about the nature of the blood that you observed when you got to Ryan. Can you describe what we're seeing in terms of that?
The shirt is covered in blood. The darker parts are all staining from where the blood had soaked to.
Will you describe this blood that was on him at some point in his shoulders as appearing to be chunky?
Correct.
And based on your time of arrival, this would have been shortly after 4:42 in the morning.
Correct.
What we're seeing is what you describe as the right side of his face.
Correct.
Did you see anything that appeared to be injuries on his right side of the face?
No, just the blood out of the nose on that side.
Nature of the blood that was coming or that you're observing, was it confusing to you in the sense of his whole face appeared to be covered in blood?
There was quite a bit of blood, yes.
So even on the left side of his face, which didn't appear to have any injuries or any wounds, there appeared to be blood that was smeared on the left side of his face.
Right side?
On the right side of his face, sorry.
Yes, right side.
Is that
Correct.
fair?
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 106.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 106?
That's showing the large pool of blood that was on the floor. And then the center of it, you can see the line kind of right through the middle of it is where it was smeared from someone stepping in it.
So you see what appears to be a smear in this pool of blood, and what also called on the far front of the picture, fair to say you see something that appears to be like footprints.
Yep, bare footprints.
You describe the blood. Is this part of the blood that you're observing that appeared also to be coagulating?
Yes.
Or coagulated?
Correct.
Showing you 107. Can you walk the jury through what we see in 107?
This is the left side of the chair. You can see the blood has run down the side of the recliner, and it's documenting the injuries that are on the left side of the face.
So we see blood on the recliner that seems to pull and go down on the left side of the recliner.
Correct.
And for us to zoom it, can you see that better?
Yes.
Are those later what you determined appeared to be what will be bullet or gunshots on his face?
Correct.
So at some point in your investigation, you later determined that.
Correct.
But that's when you testified earlier that that's the side of his face, this is the left side of his face that has appeared to be injured.
Correct.
Showing you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 108. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing?
Yes, that's the handgun that I found when I first entered the house. That's the Smith & Wesson 9mm.
This is the gun that you determined later that belonged to Aaron Cooper, Ryan Cooper's brother.
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as 109. And I could zoom it up for you. Can you tell the jury why you took this picture or why one of your officers took this picture?
That picture showing blood that was on that wall.
And is that part of your testimony that there appeared to be what's called blood spatter?
Correct.
It's been admitted as 110. Can you tell the jury what we see with 110?
Yes, that's the east wall of the living room, the door, the light switch, and then there's blood splatter on that wall as well.
Can you describe where you see the blood spatter for the jury?
It's the dots that are, there's one right on the light switch panel, and then there's a couple more between the window and the light switch, and I believe there's some below the light switch panel as well.
Is there blood on the floor?
There is, where the floor grate is, all that coloring there is blood.
And are there some blood that you can see, or traces of blood that you can see on this door that leads into or out of the living room?
Correct.
Fair enough to say that 111 is another picture of a trace of blood on the wall?
Correct.
Can you tell us what you're seeing as you take 112?
That was after Ryan was moved to the floor, more blood ran out of the wounds, so photos were taken of that to document it.
Can you tell us what you observe on the nature of the wounds in terms of size, or from your training and experience as an officer who's fired weapons before, what do you see?
It's not a very large caliber. It'd be about the size of what like a pencil would be, give or take.
So a small caliber rifle or firearm was used to make those injuries?
Correct.
And you see what appears to be what you describe as entrance wounds?
Yes.
2 of them?
Yes.
Do you observe anything that appears to be exit wounds on Ryan Cooper's face?
No.
Fair enough to say 113 would be a different orientation of the same picture we've seen.
Correct.
Now, as you take it, his mustache, is blood flowing all over that part of his body.
Yes.
You did not observe any wounds or injuries on that part at that point.
Just around where the bullet wounds are.
And as you describe, the nature of this blood, again, if you look at his collar, is it drying or coagulating?
It's coagulating.
What do you see on 115?
That's a end table that's below the window that's on the east wall of the living room.
So below the window, closer to the door?
Yes.
What do we see there?
There's blood on the floor, and then there's, looks like blood had run down the side of that table.
Again, the nature of the blood at this point is coagulated.
Correct.
Judge, if I may just have that up a little bit. If
I'm
I
sorry.
may have the TV on. When you look at 104, if you may have the lights dimmed, please. You talked about collecting a phone that had the flashlight on that belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yeah.
Are we able to see that on 104?
Yeah, it's the light that's on the right arm by like where his elbow's at.
So that's the phone that you collected that you said was receiving messages and had a flashlight on.
Correct.
And you determined that that phone belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, all this evidence that you collected, was there other law enforcement bodies that you invited or was invited in this investigation?
Repeat that.
Were there other law enforcement departments or bodies that were invited into this investigation?
Yes, we contacted the Sheriff Casseret Tama County. Our detectives were contacted, then we ended up contacting the DCI through the state.
Why was the DCI contacted?
It's just it's the state branch of the investigations.
Was that to give you extra help because the nature of the investigation required more expertise and other people on the scene?
Correct.
Fair to say Tama County Sheriff's Office is not a very big department?
Correct.
Now, you talked about taking what's referred to as a body cam that you had in this investigation, correct?
Yeah.
You've had a chance to look at your body camera before you came to testify in this courtroom?
I did.
Fair and accurate that what it depicts in that body camera is what happened as you recorded that day?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you portions of that body camera. And this time, Your Honor, we're going to move to admit State Exhibit 102.
I'm sorry, 102?
Yes.
Any objection to admission of State's Exhibit 102?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 102 is admitted.
And we'll move to publish 102 with the permission of the court.
You may, and get that set up. Camera must shut off if you're not used. If it's not used regularly. Not going. Not working. Counsel, I think we're just going to be better off if you want, I mean, this keeps shutting on and off. I think we're going to be better off if we move the TV a little bit closer and publish that way rather than worrying about to move things along, worrying about that large screen. Maybe over the lunch hour you guys can get that figured out, but every time we turn it on, it appears to shut off. So. And again, Mr. Hawbaker, Ms. Watt, if you want to move around to observe, you're more than welcome to do that at any point. And your client as well. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see that okay? All right, I'm getting head nods from everybody, so. Whenever you're ready.
Just for the jury's sake, is that you approaching, and those are the two vehicles that you describe as you approach this residence?
Correct. Sheriff's Office. What's going on? My brother's dead. Were you here when this happened? What's that? He's told me. Ma'am. Come talk to me, please. Ma'am. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. They're on their way.
We talked about the children that were here. Are those the children that you observed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine their ages?
Yes, the oldest was born in 2010, the middle one was 2012, and the youngest was 2016. Ma'am, what happened?
When you're talking to her, you're asking, is that you asking what happened?
Yes,
And the response is, I don't know, I don't know.
correct.
At that point, does she know that you're an officer, you're dressed in your department-issued uniform, and you're appearing as a deputy sheriff?
Yes,
So when she's saying, I don't know, she knows you're an officer.
yes, I was in uniform.
We can see the presence of a dog.
Yes,
Were you able to observe the dog?
yes, it was laying on the floor when I first walked in.
Do you know what type of dog it was?
I'm not sure, it might have been a Rottweiler. They're coming. Can you stay in here for me, boys? Yep, that's perfectly fine. If I find who? The person who did it. Okay. Yes,
The one who you believe was born in 2010.
correct.
If it tells you to find him, shoot him in the head.
Yes.
What are you doing at that point, sir?
I was clearing the weapon.
Is that the weapon you've testified that you found that was in the on that?
Correct.
You're clearing it because at that time you don't know if it's the weapon that's been used.
Correct. Here, can you boys shut the door for me? Can you hang in there? I'll be right back with you, okay?
You guys have like security to watch it.
Yep. County 10. So 1079 is 7 headed this way as well?
Yes, they're almost to your location now.
10-4. I haven't really been able to get any info from anybody on scene here.
County Direct, I was able to get the name of the subject and also the name of your reporting party as parent and to a firefighter for that area, so it's not your best bet.
The point you're making observations, you're talking to someone, can you just tell the jury who you're talking to?
It's Tama County Dispatch.
Okay, so you are reporting you're there on the scene and, well, trying to tell them or relay what you're observing or what's going on, correct?
Correct. For.
723. County Direct, 446.
County 10. Can you get a hold of the Emmy as well, please?
County Direct, do we know the circumstance?
Gunshot.
County Direct.
Kind of shined your light and you've walked through the rooms. Is that fair enough to say your testimony as you enter the kitchen It's a mudroom. There's a kitchen, right?
Correct.
And then can you just describe the jury where the bedroom is? To get to Ryan Cooper, how would someone need to move to get there?
I came through that door I did, through the kitchen. It opened into like that dining room-ish area, and then it turned into kind of a little hallway. To the left was a bathroom, to the right was bedrooms, and then you entered through into the living room.
Now, pause this video. Does the defendant give you any information over what really happened?
No, not to me.
I'll play another part of your video.
Yeah, leave that there. Can I talk with you? Yes, that's Deputy Foster.
And that's Aaron Cooper without the shirt on, as you testified before.
Correct. Someone.
I need you to come outside.
I don't know where a good spot is. You said your brother? Yeah. Did she call you, or how'd you?
She called me like that.
What's that?
She called me like that.
She called you like that?
Just somebody's in my house.
Just a minute, buddy. She called you hysterical that he's been...
Somebody's in my house.
Somebody's in your house? Or in the house?
Somebody's in the house come hysterical.
Okay. How long did you get here before I did? Okay.
She called at 4:30.
Okay.
Then I hung up, then I tried to call back. Got her back. Got the same thing from her. And
okay.
I just lived right down 2 miles, a mile down the road.
Okay.
Fair enough to say from what we saw there is, may I turn on the lights? Deputy, fair enough from what we saw there, you talked to Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
You're getting a timeline,
Yes.
which is important in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you understand from Aaron Cooper that Karina called him at 4:30 a.m.
Correct.
And we talked about the house. Next part of your testimony, we're gonna talk about it with the assistance of the next exhibit, the owner by agreement of the parties. The agreement of the parties, the state will move to admit exhibit 313.
Any objection to 313, Mr. Hawbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 313 is admitted. $315, did you say? All right. You may. Kind of already has, but.
So I'm going to ask you to step down and just assist the jury in your testimony, the commission of the court.
Yeah, why don't we turn on that microphone there? There we go. Should be good enough.
Please use the mic so that we can hear you well, but can you tell the jury as you approach again the door that you enter and how this house is oriented so that they can have an understanding of where you found it, what you did?
Okay. I approached up the driveway. This is the first door I passed. I saw that it probably went just to the garage, so I continued on to the front door here.
If you can be a little loud. So the garage door, does it only go to the garage?
I don't know if there's another, I assume it, since it's attached, it probably opens up to the house, but I just saw there was a garage, so I moved on to the next door.
Okay. So what door do you use to enter?
I went in this main front door, took a right to enter the kitchen, is where I met Aaron, and then he led me through this hallway where there's a bathroom on the right, and then bedroom 1 is where I told the kids to go into after I talked with them, and then we entered the living room.
So bedroom 1 would be the bigger bedroom, fair to say?
Yes.
And when you enter the living room, where we see that it's labeled Ryan Cooper, that's a recliner that Ryan Cooper was found executed of.
Yes.
There's concrete stairs. Is that the door that you've testified to that there was some blood spattered on that door?
Yes.
Thank you. You can sit. Have you investigated casing? I'll wait for you to say. Have you investigated cases involving break-ins?
Yes.
As you're looking into this house, when you walk in, when you're making your observations, did you notice any signs of forced entry?
No.
What were you looking for?
Damage to the doors, damage to windows.
Did you notice any sign of an intruder in the house?
No.
Was any furniture in the room in a state of disarray or in a state of, like an intruder was in trying to burglarize the house?
No.
The door, you've talked about that door in the living room next to Ryan Cooper. Did you notice any signs of a forced entry on that door?
No.
Did the windows appear to have been broken into by an intruder, or they all appear to be intact as they are meant to be?
I believe they're all intact.
At some point in the process, is Ryan Cooper's body moved to the floor?
Yes.
What was the reason for that being done?
After EMS arrived, they were discussing it more as a potential medical issue than gunshots. So we moved him just to verify if there was a firearm that had slid beside him or underneath him or...
Fair to say, because of the coagulated blood, it was hard for you first to initially find if it was a gunshot or not, correct?
Correct.
EMS, everyone was confused because of the nature of the blood.
They were confused by something. I don't know if it was the blood or if swelling or something changed that it looked different than when I first got there, I think.
So we moved him to the floor to be able to access.
Objection, Your Honor.
You may. Yeah, don't forget to turn your microphone on. You may resume.
I'll move on to the next question.
You may.
We saw your video as you approach the scene, as you arrive on the scene, and as you see Karina Cooper on top of Ryan. When you saw her on top of Ryan Cooper, was she rendering any aid to Ryan Cooper?
No.
Was she attempting CPR?
No.
Do you see any behavior from her, like checking his pulse, checking how he's doing, whether he's breathing?
I'm an objection, Your Honor. This is leading, and it also calls for speculation. He can say to what he observed, not what the observations meant.
The objection's overruled.
Did you understand the question?
Yes, I didn't see anything like that from where I was standing.
Didn't see her checking his pulse.
No.
You seen anyone in a sign that you've responded to behaving the way she was?
No.
Why do you say that?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
The objection's overruled.
I've come across the screaming and the hysterics. I haven't seen anyone sitting on top of the deceased.
Covered in blood?
Correct.
Now, based on all your observations, did anything that you saw or in your investigation support the theory of an unknown?
Overruled.
Anything that you observed support the theory of an unknown intruder coming in and shooting Ryan?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Hotbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just noting the time.
We'll go till noon.
Okay, thank you. Morning, officer.
All right.
You've been in law enforcement for how long now?
Like 15 and a half years.
Okay. And part of being in law enforcement, went to the academy, and so you've been trained in investigations and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And part of the idea of the investigation is you want to do the best you can to have a picture of a scene that you arrive at as it lay before it's disturbed. Fair?
That's fair.
And so things like when you're taking photos, you want to take a photo of, say, where a phone was at before you retrieved it, right?
Correct.
You want to take a picture of where a gun was at before you retrieved it and secured it.
Correct.
And when I say secure the scene, is that you're understanding that that means you want to make sure that the scene remains unmolested, that things don't get moved or changed.
Yeah, to the best of our abilities, we try to.
Yeah. And so when you first arrived at the scene, you would have had Mr. Aaron Cooper there, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Cooper, Karina,
Correct.
their children. How long total were you at the scene?
I think I left to go back to the sheriff's office around 7:06, so shortly after 7 in the morning.
And we know that Deputy Foster arrived on the scene as well, so he was there.
Correct.
And I believe EMS arrived as well. Who came from EMS?
It was 2 personnel with Traer.
And at that point, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the scene wasn't secured in the sense that people were stepping into the living room, presumably stepping into the blood, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, it was only people we allowed in, though.
Okay. And when it comes to something like a shell casing, those things can, and when they hit the ground, they can bounce, right?
Yeah, bounce roll, yeah.
Can get kicked around if there's a lot of movement before people are actually looking for them, right?
Yes.
And so there's are a number of explanations for the displacement of the shell casing that wouldn't involve somebody picking it up, right?
Repeat that.
There are a number of reasons why shell casing would be moved or come up missing, correct?
Yeah, they're not very big.
Yeah. I mean, you could fall in a cold air return or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I think you said maybe at most even the bullet itself would be the size of a pencil or something, right?
Yeah, the diameter is.
Yeah. And during that time, you had EMS show up. When did you start to take photographs?
I think I started as within 4 to 5 minutes of getting on scene.
Okay. How were you taking the photographs? With what? A camera?
My department issued work phone.
Okay. Did you ever shift to a camera?
I didn't know.
So you were using that same for every photo that we saw that you were responsible for, you were taking that on your cell phone?
My work phone, yes.
Are you aware were other photos taken by other individuals later that morning?
Deputy Foster took some photos. The ones I witnessed him take were with my phone. I assume the state took some. I don't know if other people from my department did or not.
Had you been inside this property before, this home?
No.
So as far as the status of windows locked or unlocked, doors locked or unlocked, this would have been a new experience for you to be at this home, fair?
Correct.
And you weren't there earlier that evening to know the status of any windows or doors or things like that, right?
Nope, the only thing I know is when I got there.
Okay. And there can be entry into a structure or home that is, I think the term used, an intruder, even without evidence of somebody having to break something, correct?
Correct.
There was some talk about the swiping. Basically what you saw is blood displaced on the floor, right?
Correct.
And how that displacement happened, it might have been a shoe, it might have been a barefoot, it could have been any number of things with a number of people that were at the scene. Fair?
Fair.
You have no idea, do you, how long it takes for blood to coagulate?
I know it's not instant, but whether it's 5, 10, half hour, I don't know.
Or even the number of seconds before it starts to change characteristics as soon as it's exposed to oxygen, right?
Yeah, it starts that process.
Right. you were, I think, part of the execution of some search warrants at the property. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were executing those search warrants, did you find a diary or any writings of Miss Cooper?
No.
Did you examine any Kindles or books or anything like that to see what types of books she might have been reading?
No.
Did you examine any computers that were seized for emails or anything like that?
No.
So at the time that you were doing the investigation, when I speak of a diary or a journal, you don't have any pieces of paper, any notations, any documentations that show planning of any sort?
I don't know.
Okay. Or the time that Mr. Cooper was killed?
No.
No discussions about the manner in which Mr. Cooper was killed?
What do you mean?
No discussions in writing or documents or anything from your part of the investigation that would show an agreement of a manner of killing Mr. Cooper?
No.
Or discussions of the steps that were taken, in the words of Mr. Kodiaga, about a plot? Is that right?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
The photos that were taken, I think that was exhibits, kind of the 104 through 115. You remember those? Mr.
Yeah.
Kodiaga went through those with you. Do you know what time those were taken?
The ones I took were within the first 10 to 15 minutes. The couple that are in there that Deputy Foster took, those were probably closer to an hour afterwards.
Do you know which ones those are out of the exhibits that Mr. Deputy Foster took?
Yeah. They are 112, 113, and 114.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All of them or just those three? Okay.
So exhibits 112 through 114, those are taken by Deputy Foster at least an hour after the photos that you took, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that.
So obviously any coagulation or any drying of blood at that point would be much more aged in those photos.
Correct.
Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 115, which I think is the last of that group?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe I did. I'm pretty sure. I remember looking at that cabinet or end table or whatever it is.
Now, when you take the photo on the phone, is that an iPhone or an Apple product?
It's an iPhone.
What time did you take that photo in Exhibit 115?
I'm not sure.
Were you taking photos around 6:21 a.m. as well?
I could have been. I'm not sure.
If there was you know how photos have kind of timestamps and dates and things like that, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing malfunctioning about the phone that you were using in that regard, was there?
No.
So if the timestamp and date reflected that date and 6:21 in the morning, you wouldn't have a reason to quibble with that, would you?
No, the phone timestamp would be accurate.
It was an ongoing investigation and you didn't leave the scene until roughly 7 o'clock or something?
Correct.
I think, Mr. Hotbaker, with that, we're right at noon, so, you're about done?
I was going to say no further questions.
Well, even better.
Even better.
Okay, how much do you have? Okay, let's just finish this witness then. So, go ahead, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked, Deputy, about the scene being disturbed, correct?
Correct.
What actions did you take to ensure that the scene was not disturbed?
We only allowed in personnel that we deem essential, which would be the EMS and the investigator from the medical examiner's office. We tried to avoid stepping on the blood. We tried to avoid moving anything as much as possible. We did decide to move Ryan, obviously,
Why is it important not to disturb this scene?
because once it's disturbed, you can't undisturb it.
Sometimes it helps to, if a scene is being disturbed, the evidence gets destroyed or gets misplaced, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the scene, you located Ryan Cooper dead, correct?
Correct.
But you did find the defendant sitting, as your video shown, on Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You also did find her, as you testified and as the video shown, that she covered her face with the blood that was coming from Ryan Cooper.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I observed blood on her face. I can't testify to how it got there.
Does that blood being on her face, does that disturb the scene? Her actions of sitting and touching and moving Ryan Cooper disturb the scene?
It could, yes.
Was Aaron Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
No,
Was Cade Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
not that I saw.
Any of the other children moving or touching the dad who was dead?
Not that I saw.
Only the defendant was touching Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You asked about electronics and items that were seized. Fair to say that a lot of electronics were seized from this house?
That a lot were?
That some electronics were seized from this house,
Yes.
including what you testified to as the defendant's phone.
Correct.
You're not the person who's in charge of examining the contents of these electronics, fair enough?
Say that again?
You are not the person in charge of doing a forensic examination of these electronics.
I am not, no.
In fact, as you testified, your department invited the DCI unit to come and help with the investigations.
Correct.
So this was a multi-department investigation taking place.
Correct.
And other officers were in charge of examining phones, examining items that were seized from this residence.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Mr. Hawbaker?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a lunch break. I would ask that you be back ready to go at 1:30. I'm going to remind you again of the admonition that I gave previously. I will tell you that, it's a busy courthouse. We've got a lot of people here, including people in the courtroom. Just going to
We're just waiting on the Kohlberger trial hearing to start. So whenever it starts, we'll play.
Will come to order. The Honorable Stephen Hitler, presiding judge. All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and, pardon me, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms.
Your
Allen
Honor.
is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me. Period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this because, again, it is not appropriate and frankly not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, and what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. If I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom you, many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment, burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counteroffers and answered his questions about those?
Yes,
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Koberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not being before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Koberg, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include, on count 1, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Is anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Koberg, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial, had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty, let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state. He purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was the traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note, single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Kanoto was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor, it was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th, 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence would show that Mr. Koberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Koberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Koberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Koberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Koberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Koberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed, given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. Obviously, we have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right. I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. that said. Obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it, it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated
trial
and those
is-
4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please. All right, please.